live yet?
Yeah, we live out here.
Okay, can I speak? Hello, Flint.
The time is now 4:54 p.m. on Wednesday, February 5th. I call the special city council meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Present.
Ms. Wendy Carter.
Present.
Present. Present. Mr. Allen. We have 6 members present. We have 6 members present. It's now time for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilwoman Winfrey Carter, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It is now time for the prayer of blessing, but before we do that, is there anyone who has anyone that they would like to acknowledge? All right. We will now go to the prayer of blessing. Councilman Adeline, will you please lead us?
Dear council members and esteemed members of the audience, as we gather here today, let us take a moment to reflect on our shared purpose in the diverse community we serve. We may come from different backgrounds and walks of life, however, let's not our differences stop us from uniting and trying to do what's right and helping the residents and move our city forward. May we be guided by wisdom and compassion in our discussion today. Let us honor the voices of all who call this place home. May we join in prayer that embraces and uplifts us. In this moment of collective reflection, let us also think about those who are in need our service, and need us to unify, to work together to better serve them in our community. As we navigate the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, let us pray for our residents, our families, and our council. May we all be inspired and encouraged. Almighty God, in your many names and forms, we offer this prayer. Amen.
Thank you. It's now time for the reading of the Disorderly Person City Code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of Flint City Code Section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault, and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest or misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators will be removed from the meetings. It is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance to the city council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only one speaking opportunity per speaker. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, I want to keep the meeting time going, so I'm going to keep the 3 minutes on track of the 3 minutes, so we'll switch the clock back and forth. So I want to keep the 1 hour meeting time going. The first speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, Flint. I'm the renegade of Flint, R.L. Mitchell, since the second, Candace was second. talk about time for the disorderly citizen of Flint to speak. So I must be called a renegade. Thank you very much. And we here today to speak on the situation in my ward, third ward, to get Dumas and for the other, I can't call their names right now. For some reason, or they got Antioch in the office. As you see, like, I've been in third ward ever since I got out of junior high school, because I found a wife over there in that ward on Jameson Street. I had to fight with the preacher to get it over. He said, I ain't got a go to lose, son, but I got a son the game. He was talking about me, and you know what? His name was Shields, right on Jameson, right? But I said that to say this, when I did get her, people at Holy Temple, where I took her, where my church was, I got baptized on that street too, Pasadena. Yeah, Pasadena. Well, on the reverend called Zach Smith. Jesus' little boy. He lived in Roger Jones came to Flint. He used to live in that church. It was a church called anyway, it was Deliverance. And my mama took me there to baptize me in the little pool in the church. I told my brother to be baptized in Curtis Lake like everybody else. But he said, no, just as long as you go in merge, son. So, you know, that's a whole lot of history over there, but now, I stayed in the house on 3512 Wilton Street, and they uprooted me because they found some black mold in my house, and I was just going to tear the house down and build it on my own, a new one. But I want to say to the council, when you get the third ward in the seat, I want you to rebuild my house because I've been there for over 16 years. And they put an Indian note over on Gillespie Street, talking about green space and stuff. He talking all that junk. He kept grinning, big giant Indian guy. He built all kind of houses and he gonna put me over there in the graveyard, over by, can't name one street now, 759 East Flint Avenue. And people like BB, they gonna tear down the birth of house, and BB put a whole lot of basketball courts in the white people from all the boys come over there and messed it up. BB made him apologize. And when he did that, he made it just bigger. Because these seals made it bigger, but in the meanwhile, they put me in the graveyard. That's why I'm asking for a tear from Miss Greasy without the money back.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Liberty Bell.
Good evening, everyone. First off, I would like to say Happy Black History Month to all and to City Council. When you all decide to do these interviews, please pick Ricky Jones. He's your best pick. He has been active in the water crisis as far as teaching legislation. He will be involved in helping build a coalition with Latinx. And he has been working with Dan and Nessel in regards to justice for Ravon. Rich has been extremely active in council. And I want y'all to keep in mind that Lentil Law Group has really destroyed our community. If you know, you know. Rich exemplifies all that council represents as an advocate of our community. We need people who are going to stand up for us and speak justice. We need people who are going to advocate on behalf of us and be transparent. Throughout this last year, the people who have stood out to me, who have reached out to us, are First Ward Leon Levine, Second Ward President Dr. Lewis, and as well as Vice President Candace Mushak.
Over my duration as a canvassing manager for Michigan United Action, from July to November, there were over 754 residents who spoke on behalf of Dr. Lewis and how she has been active in the community. That was over all 1 through 9 wards, and I repeat, over 1 through 9 wards. Throughout the duration of this last year, since we have lost Councilman Mays, she has not only showed up at grief support counseling, been active in our community, whether it's the masjid, whether it's the churches, whether it's the coalitions, she has showed up. She has showed up to be with us as a community leader, and I also think that she exemplifies to be the city council president. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is A.C. Dumas.
My name is A.C. Dumas, and I reside in the city of Flint, in the 3rd Ward. I came this evening to speak about the court hearing on last Thursday in the district court in reference to Hasselgreen. And I'm a little perturbed because the city attorneys, Cubs and this gentleman right there, reported to the judge and gave the judge, I think the council person, Winfrey Carter was there, and Burns was there, and it was, the courtroom was full on the inside and outside. But they reported and said to the judge, and gave them a document of what action the council had taken to postpone the lease of Hasselgreen indefinitely. Now, these are city attorneys. The judge admitted that she did not know the Flint City Charter, but she's very familiar with the Burton City Charter. Well, anyone knows that this is a council meeting, and whatever you pass in this special council meeting, it is law. But what they gave to the judge, the city attorneys, they gave action that took place in a committee meeting. Like you're going to have committee meetings after this meeting. Whether you're over at the Genesee County, the Flint Board of Education, whatever body, committee of the whole, action has to go to the full council to be voted upon. And they misled the judge. And after going to seeing both of them together, and I'm looking at him, so he knows I'm not lying, I said, well, you're misleading the judge. That's not how it works. So I guess the new city attorney should give a refresher course that whatever happens in committee meeting is not the law. What's the law is what is voted in the majority in the council meeting or the body of the whole, i.e. Genesee County Board of Commissioners, the Senate, House of Representatives, the Board of Education, my community board, all those public entities have committee meetings, and they take to the full board. So, Mr. Attorney, I think you all misled the judge in that not thinking, I know you did, and what you ought to do is correct that, and Councilperson Burns was there, along with Councilperson Winfrey Carter. I think it's wrong to mislead not only the judge, but also the community as I wrap up. And I got a question, maybe one of you all can answer it. Is Hasselgreen ran by the city of Flint? Because the media is telling the community that they are in charge and they are running Hasselgreen Community Center. Is that true or is that false? Thank you, Councilman. What?
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk. RL, please stop yelling out.
The final speaker for this meeting is James Moore.
Good evening, James for the second ward. I'm gonna try something different, but I've been asking, please, for you guys to work together and deal that ain't got nowhere. So, I'm gonna ask on behalf of the first ward, which is, Mr. Levine, and, the ninth ward, which is, Councilman, Jared. You guys are the new guys in the block, and I spoke a while back on, you guys can be the difference maker. So I'm going back to you guys being the difference maker, because the rest of this council, practically even an empty seat up there. They just argue, they're not gonna deal, they're not gonna find a way to work together. They're gonna just continue on fighting until they come to something. So I would hope that someone, maybe from the legal office, could see if we could put the first ward, which is what we usually the 5 group, and Mr. Jared, which is usually with the 4 group, and the city of Flint, we ain't with no group, or we ain't getting nowhere one way or the other. So I don't know how much more time I got left, but I believe that the first ward and the 9th ward could actually sit down and, make some movement to go forward, at least every now and then switch up the vote or something. But we gotta do something different in 2025, because if not, we just gonna be healthy. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you, seeing as how that was the last public speaker, it is now time for council response. Council members may respond once to all public speakers, only after all public speakers have spoken. Individual council members' response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who would like the floor during council response? Seeing as how there's no one who would like the floor during council response, we will now move on to consideration of applicants for the 3rd ward, consideration of applicants candidates for the 3rd ward council member. Madam Clerk, did you need to read this part over, or do you want me to? Okay. Consideration of applicants, candidates regarding the vacancy of the 3rd ward council member per Flint City Charter Section 2-410B. Current applicants or candidates are as follows: Beverly L. Biggs Levy, A.C. Dumas, Richard F. Jones, Carrie L. Nelson. If the remaining meeting time permits, council members' roll call votes for candidates will proceed for a total of 30 rounds. By the 15th round, if the council body has not reached a majority vote for any candidate, each council member will have 3 minutes in total to discuss their reasoning for supporting or opposing each candidate. The meeting will then continue until the 30th round with a specified meeting ending time of 1 hour from the call to order, which was approximately 5:45 p.m. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Sorry about that. So what I'm going to do for this meeting is just do a straight 30, and just as a special meeting, whatever rounds take place, we will then add them to the total if we return to the regular council meeting with this consideration of applicants. So I'm going to start with round 1, but I will start with the last person who voted in the last meeting.
So, Madam Clerk, just for clarity for the record's sake, this 30 rounds will be added to whatever the actual number is, but for this meeting specifically, you are starting at round 1. But wherever we end up on the 30, you will add that to wherever, if we end up at 30, you will add that to wherever we actually are.
Correct.
But as we start today, you will start with the last person that voted.
Correct.
Okay,
But
thank you.
if it's a necessity for Monday, this will appear on the regular council meeting Monday, and that will start with the total.
Thank you.
So round 1 will be Ms. Michelle,
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer, Mr. Jarrett, Mr. Alvin,
Rich Jones.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Snyder, Ms. Priestley,
Careless.
No,
I'm sorry, Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Carter?
Big Sleepy.
Ms. Burns?
Big Sleepy.
That's 2 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 for Mr. Dumas, 3 for Ms. Diggs Levy, and 1 for Mr. Jones. Round 2, Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alvey? Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Big Sleepy.
Ms. Burns?
Big Sleepy.
Mr. Shaq?
Carrie Nelson.
That's 1 vote for Mr. Dumas, 3 for Ms. Diggs Levy, 1 for Mr. Jones, 2 for Mr. Nelson. Round 3, Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alvey? Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Big Sleepy.
Ms. Burns?
Big Sleepy.
Mr. Shaq?
Carrie Nelson.
Pfeiffer? 3 votes for Ms. Diggs Levy, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 vote for Mr. Dumas. Round 4, Sir Alvey? Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Big Sleepy.
Ms. Burns?
Big Sleepy.
Mr. Shaq?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 for Ms. Diggs Levy, and 1 for Mr. Dumas. Round 5. Ms. Lewis is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Big Sleepy.
Ms. Burns?
Big Sleepy.
Mr. Shaq?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alvey? 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 for Ms. Diggs Levy, 1 for Mr. Dumas. Round 6. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Big Sleepy.
Ms. Burns?
Big Sleepy.
Mr. Shaq?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alvey? Ms. Lewis is absent. 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 votes for Ms. Diggs Levy, 1 for Mr. Dumas. Round 7, Ms. Murphy Carter?
Big Sleepy.
Ms. Burns?
Big Sleepy.
Mr. Shaq?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alvey? Ms. Lewis is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
3 votes for Ms. Diggs Levy, 3 for Mr. Nelson, 1 for Mr. Dumas. Round 8, Ms. Burns?
Big Sleepy.
Mr. Shaq?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alvey? Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Big Sleepy.
Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes, we.
Mr. Allen?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Carter?
Biggs, Biggs.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs, leaving.
3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 for Mr. Davis, 3 for Ms. Biggs leaving. Round 10. Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs, leaving.
Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis? Yes, I'm sorry. Ms. Priestley?
Nelson.
Mr. Carter?
Biggs, leaving.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs, leaving.
Ms. Michelle?
Carrie Nelson.
1 vote for Mr. Davis, 3 for Ms. Biggs leaving, 3 for Mr. Nelson. Round 11. Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs, leaving.
Mr. Allen? Ms. Priestley?
Nelson.
Mr. Carter?
Biggs, leaving.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs, leaving.
Michelle?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer? 3 votes for Ms. Biggs leaving, 3 for Mr. Nelson, 1 for Mr. Davis. Round 12. Mr. Allen? Ms. Priestley?
Nelson.
Mr. Carter?
Biggs, leaving.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs, leaving.
Michelle?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs, leaving.
2 votes for Mr. Davis, 2 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs leaving. Round 13. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Carter?
Biggs, leaving.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs, leaving.
Ms. Michelle?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs, leaving.
Mr. Allen? 2 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs leaving, 1 vote for Mr. Lewis, 1 vote for Mr. Johnson. Round 14. Mr. Carter?
Biggs, leaving.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs, leaving.
Ms. Michelle?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs, leaving.
Mr. Allen? Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
3 votes for Ms. Biggs leaving, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 vote for Mr. Davis. Round 15. Ms. Burns?
Biggs, leaving.
Ms. Michelle?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs, leaving.
Mr. Allen? Ms. Priestley?
Nelson.
Mr. Carter?
Biggs, leaving.
Three votes for Ms. Biggs leaving, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 vote for Mr. Johnson. So, after round 15, for the purpose of the meeting, if the council body has not reached a majority vote, each council member will have 3 minutes total to discuss their reason for supporting or opposing each candidate. So, that's,
Yep, Madam Chair, we can start with the first ward with the chair going last.
and again, I'm going to
Well, my reason for supporting Mr. Nelson is because he has experience. He's been on city council before, and just looking at the way he did his interview, he answered the questions that were being presented to him in a way that I think the council person should conduct themselves to help try to move things forward. Nothing against anyone else. But I just think right now he will be the best man for his company to support.
Ms. Lewis is not here. Ms. Priestley, did you want to take 3 minutes?
Yes, please. So, I honestly looked at all the candidates, and there's one candidate who has shown severe disrespect to members of this body, and I cannot tolerate that of this body. So anyone who shows that kind of disrespect towards us, I will not appoint. Mr. Jones, I have no problem with at all. I do worry about his ability to understand some of the issues that we face and some of the reasons behind decisions being made. And, but I absolutely have no issues with him at all. Mr. Dumas doesn't understand Robert's rules well. He also has made comments that are contrary to what we know is in our packet. And he is like, doesn't comprehend that issue. Also, he has made some comments towards community members that I haven't liked. Mr. Nelson, he presented himself well. He knows how to chair a meeting. He knows how to run a meeting. He knows Robert's rules. And so I felt that he would be the least controversial person to sit up here. Let the voters decide in May and August, but until then, we need someone who is not controversial and who can be a part of his body and not get into muck.
Ms. Marty Carter, did you want to take 3 minutes?
Yes, thank you. I think the voters made a clear decision of who they wanted to represent the third ward. Ms. Beverly Biggs Levy was on the ballot during the election back in August of 2024, the recall election. While that recall election was not validated or certified due to the death of the council member Beverly Hall, the outcome of that election spoke volumes. The residents of the third ward clearly voted for Ms. Biggs. She had the highest number of votes. And it would be wrong to go against that decision. My role as a council member is to respect the voices of the people. And this appointment reflects that commitment. Furthermore, it is important to ensure that whoever fills that seat meets the most fundamental qualifications. Being a true, present, and active resident of the third ward. I take this matter seriously because representation starts with living among the people we serve, understanding their struggles, their triumphs, and their needs firsthand. Basically living in the ward. While there are other candidates seeking this appointment, we have 3 other candidates seeking the appointment. I have concerns regarding their actual residency. I live where I say I live 100% of the time. Simply owning property or being registered to vote at an address does not constitute genuine residency. While you sleep, or where you sleep, where you sleep at night, where you spend your days, and where you fully engage in community life. Those are the hallmarks of true representation. Ms. Beverly Biggs lived at her residency, at her residence, 100% of the time. She sleeps there at night. She lives there during the day. She will go there tonight when she leaves this meeting. She is fully immersed in the third ward. And that's why I continue to vote for Ms. Beverly Biggs Lee.
Ms. Burns, do you want to take 3 minutes?
Yeah, but it probably won't be 3 minutes. I think that this has been a tough decision, it's been dragged out, as we were forced to be in court. And unfortunately, it wasn't done correctly. Actually, we should be voting on it now, according to my attorneys, because the process was tainted. According to newspapers incorporated versus Wyoming City Council. Once we were behind closed doors deliberating, we had no agenda, the public couldn't speak to us, the public couldn't come back there, making a decision. We were in by 2s in 4 separate rooms. At that point, the process was tainted. We were making decisions to vote for someone for the third ward behind closed doors and ordered by a judge until Attorney Lambert-Kowski and Attorney Johnson said, hey, you can't do this. Time it. You can't do this. You guys need to take the fifth. You can't deliberate behind closed doors. It's a clear violation of the Open Meetings Act. But when a judge is telling you I do it or something's going to happen, you're not faced with very many choices. Our attorney that we were given, we had to give him the case law that states Booth versus Wyoming, that you can't deliberate, and that the process has been changed. I mean, we have a difficult time getting good representation. Some of us, they split us 4-4. 4 got Wolf, 4 got Gilbert. I had to use the attorneys outside to get the actual legal representation that we should have been given. And so when it comes to Ms. Beverly Biggs, I've always stated, one, I feel that election should have been certified. The state did not say they would not certify it. They stated to send it to our legal department. Our then acting head attorney decided to not certify it. And so here we are now. She received 589 votes. Dumas received 548. The race was, or the election wasn't certified. They'll lead to believe like that doesn't matter. That's incorrect. That gives you a key indicator of what the people who came out wanted. Those people who showed up matter. Those people who filled out those ballots matter. I won't ever discount the residents or the voters because they matter. That's who we work for. 589 people showed up. She received the most. It wasn't certified, but it should have been. And if it was, we wouldn't be here now. And so I will continue to vote, whether we like it or not. I think it's very hypocritical for other council members to state things referring to decorum when decorum with this council body has not been a priority. And so I think when we say whether it's not a like, it's who the third ward likes. It's who the third ward voters choose. It's not us. A remedy which should have been given was to have one election sooner than May and have that one election determine who would represent the third ward. That's what the remedy should have been. That remedy, I feel, should have been taken to the governor. That's what should have been done. I'm done, Madam Clerk.
Good.
Okay, Ms. Michelle, do you want to take 3 minutes?
No, the chair goes last.
Okay, Mr. Pfeiffer?
I've stated on record previously and why I would support Lisa doing this. And I think that this body goes into the third ward constituents, but not seat in the revolving door. And by appointing someone that's not on the ballot in August is doing a disservice because residents could potentially, have 3 different representatives within a year. With Councilman Murphy's death, and then they want to appoint, Terry Nelson, and then somebody else would take over potentially in August. And because Terry Nelson isn't running. So to me, that is a disservice to the constituents of the third ward. So until further notice, I will continue to vote for Ace Loomis since he was, on the previous ballot. He's running again. So it all makes sense. Thank you.
Mr. Jarrett, did you want to take 3 minutes?
I have 2 stated on the record as to why I have been voting in support of this Beverly Biggs meeting, and I do understand for some argument against giving any credibility or credence to the election that took place last year. And we have received letters in support of candidates via email. But for those that, in my opinion and voting opinion, came out and were mailed in a mail-in ballot or whichever means they lodged their vote, did so in largest numbers for Ms. Biggs Beebe, I am voting too in support of those third ward residents who spoke. I too have no personal anything with any other candidates as far as dislike. As far as I am concerned, I wouldn't allow, best I could, that to come into play in any event. But I can say with certainty, I personally have nothing against any of the 4 or the 3 or the 2 that I have not voted for. So that said, I will continue to vote in the way that I feel led, and I feel led was better.
Ms. Lewis, did you want to take 3 minutes?
Yes.
Every day, Stevie, I'm in the third ward, and you guys are the sorriest bunch I've seen. 1, 2, 3, second, third, and fourth. You clowns. That's what you are. You clowns. Why do you think that girl money? Because that's the type of person you is. You need to take that rabbit money hat off the top of your head, put some in your forehead, bring them bangs down, because you had the biggest forehead that ever was. In the precinct, everybody's tired of seeing your titties hanging to the floor. I have something, and I have the receipt to go live on. If it ain't big enough, you can go to Little Man and a Handful, call them, they will open their door and pitch you for what you need. You guys are a joke. That Quincy, he called the cow today, and I'm hearing if you can tell here on the council seat, you can go to work in years. And I made sure I let them know who I was, and I want all of you guys to get together, call your HR, and let them know he's sitting in his seat, but he ain't at zero. So
And so, that is why Beverly Big League does not have my support. Hearing how she harassed our colleague until the week that he passed away is why he does not have my support. Seeing how we speak of having decorum, we hear colleagues speak of bringing the council together. That behavior is not in alignment with those goals. So bringing someone that will come to the lectern and clearly sexually harass a colleague about her breast, it's not on the table. I can't do that. Seeing that we had her daughter in the back that pulled out the firearm. We don't need that type of energy in these chambers under our appointments. Now,
Madam Clerk, could you pause for a time? I understand that this is a time of high passion and emotion for everyone, but this is also the time that council is conducting business. And so I would ask that the audience will refrain from yelling out while we are attempting to conduct business. This is the first warning for that. Go ahead.
Lost my train of thought. Thank you, Madam Chair. But going back to this, if the third ward chooses to elect an individual that brings that negative energy to this place, that's fine if they choose to elect someone. So when election time comes, they make sure they cast their ballots for her. However, as council members, we have the duty to elect people that are qualified and most effective. So when we conducted the interview, every single individual had the opportunity to listen to the candidates talk about how effective they will be sitting in this vacant third ward seat. As questions were answered and asked, it was quite apparent who was effective and who was not. I'll start with Ms. Biggs Levy. Ms. Biggs Levy stated, well, she didn't say much because she didn't answer the majority of the questions. And that was a problem. So when you sit in these seats, you must answer these hard questions. And so if we have someone that's vying for this seat, but they're refusing to answer questions to get to this seat, that shows that they may not be the most effective. When we have an individual that have two separate contradictory resumes and refuse to answer any questions about their resume, that looks like they might not be as effective. So as far as council duty is to do exactly what the first section of the city charter council section says. We must select someone that is effective, the most effective and qualified. Clearly they were qualified because they were able to get an interview. But when we look at the interview process and the questions that were asked and answered, that makes her the least effective. So that's why Ms. Biggs Levy will not have my support. People are not coming to these chambers because they don't like chaos. And so we don't need individuals sitting up here who's intentionally going to bring chaos. And so when we begin to talk about Mr. Dumas, I hear my colleagues as well. Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm not Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes.
We've given Grace, but her time has been about a minute over.
Okay, I'm on. Thank you.
I'm not sure if it's to Ms. Chad, the last speaker.
Thank you. What I will say is it takes a lot to want to be up here. It takes a lot to want to sit in these seats and represent our boards and be part of government in a city where the decisions that you make will not only affect yourself and your family, but it will affect 80,000 other people. That your behavior, because Flint is we're on the national platform right now, but we want to be now, we're under a microscope. And so your behavior is what people will see when they see Flint. It's what people will people think of when they think about the city of Flint. We have gone from a city that has been known for sit-down strikes, has been known for paving the way in education, that has been known for paving the way when you talk about vehicle manufacturing. We are that kind of city. We've gone from that to having a water crisis, to being on the public stage of being in chaotic meetings where people feel as though we can't properly govern ourselves. And that is one of the hardest things to hear about your city and your government, is when people feel as though you cannot govern yourselves. What we have an opportunity to do is to turn that narrative around and get back to some of the great things that we used to hear about our city. Get back to making sure that people know that we are serious about government, that we're serious about governing ourselves. I don't make this decision lightly, because this is the thing about appointments. It's just a temporary place until residents can have their voice heard. I was appointed at one point, and I had to come up here and show that I would be a professional, diligent person that would represent my ward in the best light. Mr. Alameen, same thing with him. And so from the standpoint of someone who had to come in appointed and figure out the best way to not only represent my immediate area, which is my ward, but the entire city, I don't enter into this process lightly. I did it with Mr. Alameen, and I will not now with the third ward. The reasoning behind my support for Mr. Nelson is very simple. Very simple. Mr. Nelson is experienced. And I hear what my colleague said about him not wanting to, or not being on the ballot for the third ward. That makes him the perfect candidate for an appointment, to be a placeholder, while the other candidates go out there and talk to the residents, bond with the residents, help the residents understand why they should be here. And in the interim, Mr. Nelson, who has already been here, can stand there and fill in the gap. He already understands how council rules work. He already understands how city departments work. And most importantly, he understands what decorum and respect, how that works. He's come from a council that even when they had disagreements, it wasn't to the extent of where we often end up. And I think that that fresh perspective and someone who knows how to navigate in a respectful way will be good for us. Mr. Nelson is the only candidate who has not disrespected any member of this council, whether it was here in person, whether it was online, or any other platform that they might have. And I think that is important, because right now we are bottlenecked with legislation and financial decisions and things that we need to get done. And so the only thing that we need to be focused on right now is having someone in this seat that can help us clear the jam of the work that we have to do. Someone in this seat who has not shown up on any platform, anywhere, or any point in time, disrespecting members of this council. All I'm saying is, with Mr. Nelson, we're going to get experience, we're going to get respect, and more importantly, we're going to get the results that we need, while the residents have an opportunity to elect who they want out of the four people. I also want to clear up the fact that we keep talking about an election that unfortunately did not count. We want to talk about votes, we can talk about the undervotes. And that if those undervotes, meaning those people who sat that election out because they were told to do so, because they were told that the results would even be announced, those voices were not heard. We don't know where those voices would have gone, and more importantly, what we do know is that the undervotes were more than whatever other votes you're talking about someone else getting. So we're going to paint a picture, paint a full picture. And the full picture is that election did not happen. Those votes, unfortunately, did not count. And the undervotes were far more than any vote that we want to claim as the top vote. Mr. Nelson is the best choice to sit here, help us get this work done, and be respectful, and also be professional, and already know what we're doing. Thank you, I yield.
Damn, you have 4 minutes.
Yeah, 5.
Okay, so with the last 5 minutes, we will return to the rounds. For the round 16, we start with Ms. Michelle.
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett.
This is a bunch of poppycock.
Mr. Alami.
It's Biggs.
Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Priestley. Mr. Picard.
Big Sleepy.
Ms. Burns.
Big Sleepy.
Three votes for Mr. Nelson.
Madam Chair, I'm gonna change my mind.
Look at, just talking about the
Wow.
the floor.
Cannot stop at that point.
Ms. Bellamy, you want the floor?
Point of order, she is actually roll calling the vote. You can't stop it at that point.
Madam Chair, Mr. Bellamy, you want the floor?
He did not, point of order, he did not request the
So
floor.
didn't.
He
He
didn't
didn't
request
request
the
the
floor.
floor.
Madam Chair, you are, Madam Clerk, you are looking up.
He did not request the floor.
They messed up.
He did not.
I did not hear Mr. Hall.
Ms. Bellamy, you want the floor?
He didn't.
That's not the way it
Floor.
goes. That's not how it goes.
So
Madam Chair, he should have the same opportunity that Mr. Pfeiffer had. The fact that you didn't hear him or catch him is not fair to him.
Point of order, I was looking right at her, but she's sitting right next to her. He didn't ask for the floor.
Mr.
He
Pfeiffer.
did not.
they hurt.
Mr. Pfeiffer asked to change his vote before I started.
Right.
He was trying to get your attention. to
They
the
hurt.
Right at her.
Nah.
Mr. Bellamy,
You can't.
There you go. Yeah, they fucked up.
Yeah, he messed up. He did not.
we were trying to get your attention.
Nuh-uh.
I literally was doing this.
She hurt.
I don't have time. You can look back at the video. I was literally doing this.
Won't he do it?
Right, and then he was trying to, and that's why I was pointing at him and you did not look up.
Point of order,
Didn't say
that is a
Right.
lie. That is a lie. And neither was he gesturing. Let's finish the roll call. Finish the roll call.
Oh. He messed that up.
Madam Chair, finish the roll call. He never even looked. That is a blatant lie. Neither was she gesturing him. That is another blatant lie. No. And she sits right next to him. No. You start the roll call, you cannot interrupt your calling what the votes were. Madam Clerk, you were doing the roll call. Madam Clerk, you were doing the roll call.
Man, they sick right now.
Have a job, Madam Clerk. Finish the roll call.
They is sick.
Roll call, Madam
Man, Leon about to be done as a council person. Won't he do it? They sick.
Madam Chair, they realize they made a mistake, that's not our fault. Let's finish as we need to proceed.
He plays. Yeah.
Madam Clerk,
They over there. They hit some
Come to a resolution, so.
there is no
a resolution.
at this point, but the roll call that we have.
Point of order. Point of order.
Yes, the point of order is, if I have a colleague now, one he doesn't know.
That make it 5 or what?
I got a point of order, I asked for the floor.
But he meant to vote for it.
The council rules state that you can change your vote up until the vote.
Exactly.
Boy, Neely is.
That's what the rule is. Rule is up until then.
Oh, then y'all can get y'all. You can vote for a new president, vote for a vice president. Yeah, she over there working so hard. Where's the decorum at? Yeah, it'll be 5 for Miss Biggs if she do the vote.
Oh, really? There you go.
Leon voted for Miss Biggs, and Dennis switched his back to Miss Biggs. So Miss Biggs should be your third ward council seat. I mean, your third ward councilwoman. They got the lawyer winning the back. They having a huddle out of this world. They is huddling up right now, baby.
Which is understandable. 9.7 states changing one's vote, and member has the right to change his vote up to the time.
Councilwoman Burns, you do not have the floor. You do not have the floor. You didn't say point of order either way. You do not have the floor.
Point of order.
We are. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
so
Councilman
you can
Tyson.
talk, I don't need the floor. So rule 9.
Actually, you cannot, because you're still out of order, because you cannot. And Council King at these Council King, use these mics. You cannot.
Use the mics and the mics are on. Show me that rule.
Councilwoman Burns.
9.7.
Councilwoman Burns, you are out of order. You do not have the floor.
The result is announced by the
And the
chair.
results were not announced. You do not have the floor. No, she did not. You do not have the floor.
Yes, she did. Roll the video back.
They sick. The lawyer went back there with Davina. Metcalf, somebody about to lose their job. Man, they wicked.
They're discussing it right. They don't counsel back there. And make it look rude, you can't talk and have it not talk. Make a rule with this over here.
Man, everybody showing up right now, family. They is showing up. You got the administration showing up. Leon might be done. His days of getting money is over, baby. Time you just check Judy's. Candace just went back there again. I thought they couldn't be back there. They didn't want nobody back there. Candace just came from back there.
The issue is with whether or not Mr. Alderman has the right to change his vote. And if we look at Rule 9.7, changing one's vote, a member has a right to change his vote up to the time the result is announced by the chair. The request to change a vote after the chair's announcement requires unanimous consent of the body without debate, and may only be made immediately after the chair's announcement. if we are counting these rounds as votes, none of these have been announced by the chair. So I had let alone said the roll call, and the chair definitely had announced the results. So,
Oh, they played.
per the rules, Mr. Alamin can still change his vote. Because no one had made an announcement, this is what the rules say. But, much like, I'm not looking around after every round to see who wants my attention, you have to speak up. But the rules say he has a right to change his vote until the time the result is announced by the chair. I am not the chair of this meeting, so we haven't been announcing every round. The chair has not been announcing every round. If we're gonna stick to that rule to change his vote, then he can still change his vote.
Oh man, that nigga lying. Hey man.
Madam Secretary, if you want to start the clock, and Mr. Alamin wants to change his vote. So, Mr. Alamin.
Carrie Nelson.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Nelson.
Boy, they could file a lawsuit.
Round 17, Mr. Pfeiffer. You still had time on the clock.
Okay.
This is 1 hour, it didn't say stop reading, it didn't stop for anything else.
Right.
So,
Just
we'll
meeting.
adjourn this meeting.
There's been a motion to adjourn by the councilman in the 8th ward. It's been supported by the councilwoman in the 4th ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
No.
Ms. Priestley. Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett. He's not in, sorry. The vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. The time is now 6:03 p.m. I adjourn this special city council meeting.
Man.
I can't say nothing about that podcast, and y'all. I can't say nothing.
And for the public speakers, the speaker slip for the committee meetings are at the back. If you want to speak at committee meetings, you need to fill out a separate slip.
He must have spent another
And they're on my way down here.
She is. They cheating so bad, boy. They cheating so bad. Huh? Oh, wow. They know they got saved tonight. Leon getting called down to the mayor's office to never play that game again. He play that game again, he's out of there. Man, they need to get an attorney for this, man. They playing so many wicked games. Man, this is just sad right here. The clerk should be fired. I do agree with that. Yeah, they playing today. Boy, yeah. Thank you, Cameron Hardy, and thank you, Deborah Luna, for donating. Any jails will see right through that. They should. What up with you, man? They is wicked down here. No, they shouldn't have showed up to this farce in the first place, but that just show you, man, this whole thing was sitting up here where they wanted the dog out, Miss Beverly Biggs. Man, this is some BS right here. This is some nonsense. What up with you? This is some straight up nonsense. They need to, unbelievable. No, he didn't say nothing. Never said nothing. Never said nothing. Unbelievable.
They caught him slipping.
Boy, this is crazy right here. Hey, how you doing? No, I can't complain. I guess they're going to the next meeting.
They're going to the next meeting?
Yeah, because they got out of this one because Leon.
So they did pick a really...
No, they said Leon he was able to switch his vote. When the lawyer and Davina ought to be fired for the game she played. I just told the lawyer, good looking out on saving them because Miss Beverly Biggs supposed to be in that third ward seat. Yeah, they played unbelievable. Yeah. Can y'all take him to court for this now? Because I was, yeah. You can't take him to court. Yeah, this is terrible. Nah, you know he getting called down to the mayor's office, don't you? He getting called down to the mayor's office because he blew it.
Yeah, he blew it. And you can, Stephen Wonder can see he fucked up.
Yeah, this is sad.
We're getting ready to go into committee. Creative, finance, and then legislative, and then government. Everybody know they got to come look.
This is sad right here.
No.
Oh, Jeff, that ain't happening, baby. Man, this is sad. Let me show you how they over there working.
Come on, sing it out here.
Look at them all. Look, they huddled up over there. They checking Leon about that. He getting called down to the mayor's office. Man, boy, when you see this whole setup down here, man, you can see the game. They all going over there to Davina. They put I'm gonna call this the dream team. The dream team, boy, they put that play together real quick. Clyde wasn't even here. He here now. They saw Leon there, and Leon probably ain't gonna talk no more this year. He probably ain't gonna talk no more this year. He down there blew that. Boy, when I tell you, we hit. We is hit. She won it for the second time and they took it from her again.
They got caught slipping today.
Yeah. It's sad that she didn't have it twice. And they didn't took it. They didn't took it twice from her. Boy, you can see all the players down here. I ain't seen family, I gotta tell y'all. We're gonna talk about this tomorrow. But what was clear, All these people thinking Leon going for them. He ain't going for them. He told you he was voting for. He voting for Kerry. Can we get them likes up too, family? I see it's 138. Come on now. Get them likes up. But I will say this. I'm seeing certain people that was rolling with Mays. They was saluting Liddell, saying Liddell been good, she been in the neighborhood. We gonna bump tomorrow. So I hope y'all paying attention how people is moving around through the city now if they getting some non-profit money. Just give y'all a heads up. Everybody on the tape. They all on the tape, man. I ain't never seen nothing like this in my life. Thank you, Sherman. Thank you, Sherman, with the $5 super chat. Telling y'all, man, y'all go to watching this. Everybody. This is some of the most wickedest stuff I've seen in my life. Yeah, they keep giving out. Man, these people. Oh, somebody must be watching the chat. He mad because Leon ain't voting for him. She was at a game.
Her daughter got a game?
Yeah. I don't need this clown on my whole what's the name. Who finna get interviewed?
You still don't have the red. How you like that NBA, man? That NBA, man. They really make some crazy moves, man.
Oh, yeah. With them singing. Yeah.
He wouldn't have never left. If Mark Cuban owned that team, he wouldn't have never left the house.
Yeah.
Mark Cuban said, we ain't having that. Forget it. Lakers, y'all stuff.
Oh, yeah.
He wouldn't have booked. I keep telling people, he wouldn't have booked. Cuban don't hire the team. He got out of it.
No, you right about that. Man, you know he just wants some attention. That dude he just be up there running his mouth. Be on the elevator outside, be quiet as a church mouse.
It's gonna be some moves.
Yeah, some moves, yeah.
Because Milwaukee got rid of Middleton. Did you hear about that?
They got rid of who?
Chris Middleton.
They did?
Yes, it was on the phone.
But you know what? They in the rebuilding mode.
No, they got rid of him because his knees.
Yeah. But they got their championship out of it.
Once again, if you want to speak at committee meeting, please, speak to the board of the committee meeting.
They got him.
I think I know what you're talking about. I gotta watch it, man. I ain't been really watching.
Kenyon, whatever, the book from Flint. They got him.
Yeah.
Him and Chris, they traded him for him. And Butler, he's still in the.
Well, you know, he in the doghouse.
But Philly now, they said Philly might make some moves and get somebody. And they said Lakers still in the hunt for somebody else.
I couldn't believe, but you know what? They got their ring out of AD. They got a championship, so what can they do?
But now, they saying KD might be going somewhere for the deadline.
You know what? This usually, I started paying attention to the NBA anyway after the All-Star break. I don't watch them until after the All-Star break, yeah. When they start making their push, because you're starting to see these playoff runs.
They even said Boston might make a move and trade Booker for
Yeah.
They say it's up. Even
They gonna get rid of Jalen Brown?
Even the dude from Memphis.
That's crazy.
That guy who got hurt. They think he on the trade block now. They say
Wow.
everybody out. Milwaukee even might be interested in trading they star man.
Oh, not the Greek freak?
The Golden State.
Golden State gave up 4 or 5 players.
Oh, okay. He just wants some attention. I was talking to him. He just wants some attention, like he doing something.
See what the Lions do. I don't think the Lions gonna do that.
Nah, but you know, I think they is. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, but you know what? I like the offensive. I don't really care defensively. I like the. Nah, you know, I got my phone on. Oh, you signed up?
Yeah. But I couldn't get it fast. Come on, girl. I'm hungry. I couldn't get it fast. I called witches. No. I couldn't get it fast. My car
Thrill Care, what up, my guy? What's up, family? When I tell y'all, I'm up here, man, but they ain't doing nothing, man. They over there, Rich up there begging, thinking he gonna vote for him, and ain't. He just found out that he's not who he want. What's up?
Happy New Year.
Yeah, Miss Beverly Biggs was. Leon voted for Miss Beverly Biggs, and then they switched it back. Well, they changed it to save him. She had it twice. Yeah.
That's the system.
Man, I'm telling you, man. What up, Carl Lewis? Man, just sitting back, you know me, man, just chilling, man. I ain't doing too much, you know. People get mad when they found out they're not qualified to be on council. Then he got mad. He up there talking to Judy because she called him. Basically, she was telling him he was done. That's what Rich was mad about. He got called dumb. Yeah, she did, but they let Leon switch it back. Yeah, they doing down here some whole other stuff. I ain't never seen nothing like this in my life, man. I ain't never. Yeah, basically that's what she did, sir. And she wasn't lying. The sad thing, she wasn't lying. Man, these people is cheating. Let me grab some of this stuff to see what it is. I'll be right back.
Like everything else.
We don't know.
Right, just watch.
Time is now 6:21, and I hereby call the Finance Committee meeting to order.
Mr. Alvin?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
They finna go through this quick.
Ms. Jack? Mr. Jerry?
Seven members present. We have 7 members present. Request for agenda changes or additions, we can add, given 2 add-ons, and I will order those add-ons to the agenda without objection. The $50,000 for Bethel would be add-on number 1. And the grant for the HUD-based hazard control will be add-on number 2, and those will go on the end of the agenda. It's now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council and its committees must register before the meeting begins. If you haven't registered, it's too late. You shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker. No, and I watched the clock, when that buzzer done, close, door cut off. Thank you.
The first speaker is Alon Mack.
I can't even get a break from coming down here. I was compelled to go sign my name. Oh, this is the court. Miss, I'm gonna fight the 8th Ward. Call everybody Jamie. Run up on us when we out there petitioning to get your crooked butt out. Then, y'all wanna act like it's a certain criteria for being a council person. No, you with the mayor and the crooked ones that's in this administration, because everybody not crooked. The only criteria is be down when you get down, spending that money. $94.7 million came here and you're stealing. Miss Judy. Hey, wait. Look at you. You're supposed to say, excuse me. Do it decent and order.
Please stop, Larry. Shouting out, please. Thank you, go ahead.
No order, no decorum, but still. Where y'all crooked lawyers and attorneys coming from, sir? Down with the get down, like I said. And Liddell, when you gonna bring that Benz out? I know you got it. What color is it? Tell me. I know you got it. Mr. Leon, I told you stay off them podcasts. Oh, you that stood that money got good to you. ACB, Richard Jones, Beasley, ding, you won. So, Davina, each time I try to fight for you, did that bit down? It's supposed to be 3 minutes. They up there taking all kind of time. Mr. Dale, keep bringing that tape. Why don't you bring that janky? If you're drinking poison water, drink it. But you're gonna come way from Maryland to steal money from the residents that you say you represent in the first ward. And I'm talking to you too, Leon, and I'm talking to you too, Judy, and I'm talking to you, Moosecat, Miss Waterland lady, that never talk about the poison water. The residents in the city want to hear from somebody respectful. You got respect for one bit. You was gesturing. You were the deal had your mic on.
Time. This is your warning. Go ahead.
Judy. Leon, look at me when I'm talking to you. All that money. Like I said, y'all should be the happiest people in Flint. I'm happy and broke, but y'all spending the money and ain't happy one iota. Leon, don't tell Mr. Moves the man, come on. Leon, what you say, Richard Jones, AC Duke, drinking your coffee, spending that money got good with you. But I can't wait till you in jail. Put me on the visitor list. I'll come see you, Liddell, Judy, Moosecat. See you next meeting, you crooks. Wow! Poppycock to every last one of you.
The next speaker is Rich Jones.
How y'all doing today? I am very confident. I am very and it ain't my fault. You can't come because when I came up here, I said exactly what the person who wrote the pandemic relief, because that's what the Harvest Fund was originally named. It ain't my fault that you can't comprehend when I said that the man who wrote the bill said it was possible that you guys spent $11 million 2 years in a row to stabilize the waterfront. And this was before Candace was on council and Leon, and of course Jonathan did. So years of that not getting to your head because the money is gone now. It's gone now. Now, as far as my address is concerned, I do live in the 3rd Ward. I have relocated in the 3rd Ward because of political bull, but that's good. That day is coming too. I am in communication with the right people and won't get away with that. And exaggeration to get the public to be on your side is pathetic. I asked Mr. Bill Lewis, was her and the mayor Neely was going to be the only one to speak at Eric May's funeral, which was loud in the public, just like Hassel Green was going to kick the seniors out. A lot of exaggeration, and that's not right at all. Now, let me tell y'all something. Mr. Pfeiffer, he was called Spiders. Jerry Winston Carter, from what I understand, you stood your ground. You got a lot. Tiny, you can still make phone calls. And Mr. Jerry, what was said about you, I ain't gonna repeat. But it was very, very disrespectful. And apparently, that 200 John Paul. And apparently, that 250,000 that went up to maybe 350,000. You know, he said $250,000. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, I'm back. They just really came out there when she addressed the public like three renegades. And I said renegades because the Indians got their money, but the donkey ain't got their money. But the only donkey got the money was Mr. Nelson. I mean, yeah, but Russell Fieldhouse. But saying that to say this about that St. John situation, I was with Reverend Mays the other day, Mays daddy, and he walked, God told him to walk around the whole neighborhood. I told him, again, I think God told me to just walk down on St. John where I used to live at. I walked down there before I got close to it, on East Street. The dude is an ace, so you can't come here. You gotta go through the tunnel. So I just went and bought the second all went all the way around and this freaky neighborhood and got up on East Street and walked down the street, reminiscing when I was going to Wesley School until I got back over there on St. John. You know, I was going to the gate. I got halfway and the guy pulled up on me and said, hey sir, stop right there, come back here. Get on the ground. I said, man, what? He said, where you going? I said, you see them two trees over there, over there. That's what. And he couldn't, I said, what's wrong? He couldn't think what to do to me. He said, just get out of here. And now, they done put the two trees down and put a cement grinding thing right there. It keep like, because I was born in the city and I see what happened to New Jersey Street. That street like it never resisted. Where the McIntyre was a big rock about 3 tons right there. They done moved that too. And they don't want nobody to go. And like, only thing over there is the dope boys. They curious about the popo. And popo, I think they putting dead bodies over in the popo bodies and kept what the dope boys sound like. You don't want nobody to know because they used to be their business. Right? In the road, and all that stuff. And I'm like I say, and Dukes done a good job of taking this lawyer with getting us over the burden. Just leave them burden. Judges, women judges, and like all that junk in. Get that woman judge from Pontiac with the mayor called back in. And make sure she get receiving Tim paycheck. He gets paid more money than anybody in the United States. And that's, to me, St. John is just like the Gulf of Mexico, now it's the Gulf of America. And the Charlotte want to put 30,000 troops up there to told Trump, we'll handle this. You should have get out your boat and all that. And, amigo, you listen to this? Yeah, for the water, amigo. We really get some team with that. No, it's up there. Take that water.
The next speaker is James Moore.
James Moore, Second Ward, Debating. Our clerk, could you go back the last 3 minutes of that last meeting? It says it all, but I'll just say the words to go along with it. For the first time in a long time, probably if not ever, but the 7th Ward really lost her cool. She had to go. Leon, you make a change. I said that could happen between the 1st Ward and the 9th Ward. And I thought you was gonna lose your life for it. The way she jumped up at that guy, the way she ran past that state of Michigan flag. If it wasn't from my council standing in the way, I really thought she was gonna put up a can of whoop on that. So anyhow, as I stated once before, I would love to say y'all get an A, but it still always come back to say y'all still get an F. You gotta do better.
Good job, good work.
Next speaker is Inela Biggs Keys.
Right there. My name is Inela Biggs Keys. I got all the way up on my bed just for you. You are the biggest hypocrite and delusional person I have ever seen in my life. You are forever throwing rocks and hiding your hands. You forever playing a recording of my mother, of something she said as a resident. She has a right to express however she feels as a resident. That doesn't mean she can't get on this council and represent this council.
That don't mean she can't get on this council and make the wrongs right. You got on here and you spoke on me, of me pulling out my weapon in the back, but you failed to mention you caused that chaos. You caused that. What you thought I was gonna let them jump my mama and not do nothing? You gotta be on some type of drug. You have to be. You forever speaking on somebody and what they do as a resident, and you have done worse as a president, not supposed to be president, still trying to hold on to the presidency, and you're not supposed to be president. You have done way worse than any resident could ever come up here and do. The only thing about my mother is she's raw, she's uncut, and yes, she may not have a filter at times, just like you. But the difference is she tells the truth. You tell lies. You tell lies. Everything you say is a lie. You stood up and you took Quincy Murphy's family grief and used it to your advantage. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Say what?
Go ahead.
She ain't stopped my time. I was at 14.
She's asking for
I'm
time.
asking for my time.
Reset her time to,
Point of order. It's her mama yelling out. So, why are we giving her more time?
Stop, please. To your point, of order, I had stopped everyone else before, and I did not stop her, so I didn't her back. No, I didn't take more than 2 seconds when I stopped her. So go ahead, that's time, and you can continue.
I was at 14. I'm not feeling right on this. You guys haven't done anything for the residents. Absolutely nothing. And if you're doing it, you're just doing it now because the residents been talking about it for so long. You put the residents last, and you put everybody else before the residents. But I just want to know, have you guys ever thought about this mess that you are creating? You have to live in it when your seat is up. You're going to live in this mess that you have created with the residents because you're not going to always be in your seat. Amen. You're going to have to live with this mess that you have created. We still don't have clean water. And Candace, you work for the water and never discuss it. Davina, you are the clerk. Do your job. You sat there and said that you had started roll call and you could not go back. Stop letting them bully you into not doing your job. Have some integrity and self-respect about yourself. Even if it takes you losing your job, you have to live in the city of Flint right along with the rest of us. Stand up to them and stop letting them bully you. You have to stand up and stop letting them bully you. Candace ran down here, now she signed your paycheck. Y'all need to stand up and start caring about the residents and not yourself.
Thank you, Dash.
The next speaker is Liberty Bell.
Liberty Bell. For President, for Dr. Lewis, again, y'all keep disrespecting her. Y'all don't know what she's done for the city. First of all, when Eric passed away, she reached out to everybody that was in that ward that represent Councilman Bays, and she made sure we was good. And again, Michigan United Action, I can't make up numbers. 754 residents spoke on her behalf, saying that she does things in the community, which she has done. Grief counseling, she's had events and invited everybody to. Multiples. So the disrespect is at an all-time high. Cause she get out here in the community and she doing stuff with the residents. And on state level and on different levels for the municipality. She go to work for y'all whether y'all choose to believe it or not. It is disrespect. Dr. Lewis. By far. Yeah, by far. Really. Nah, y'all being funny. And disrespectful. Y'all don't get up here and disrespect council like that. They supposed to represent us. That's ignorant. I wouldn't want nobody. I got 48 first cousins that stay in the 3rd ward. Okay? And my family, listen, I respect I respect Beverly Pitts, I respect her food, but I don't want her up there on council. Anyway, what?
No.
Anyway,
Talk to us, not them.
Point of order.
Okay?
Point of order.
I'm asking that you stop yelling out.
I'm not yelling now. All the time, you stop looking over here and pointing at me.
I will if I want.
And I
So go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, this the disrespect.
alright, secondly, Ryan Mattis, Jonathan Jarrett, Ryan Mattis, Emily Dewar is gone. Ryan Mattis is in charge of that program. I asked that y'all put that resolution back on the floor for me. Why do y'all keep talking? Can y'all remind my friends that keep talking?
Just keep talking to us.
Okay,
Just ignore them and give her back 5 seconds, please.
thank you. As far as finance committee goes, again, I was asking, in regards to those properties, for those individuals who, we've had those properties in rotation since 2017. Those 123 houses that got took from individuals in the last year, that wouldn't happen if, those houses were already rolled out to council and being approved so people could pay the money and get their properties back. So, I've been working diligently with my councilman to make sure that the houses get back to the residents. So, thank you.
The final speaker for this meeting is Beverly Biggs speaking.
I put my name in there. I checked both of the boxes.
Hi, my name is Beverly Pitts. I live in the North Ward. Bill, it seems like you have a problem bringing up everything I've said on this side of the floor. But did you have a problem when you came up on Dennis to try to fight him? Did you have a problem when you came up on, Art, trying to fight him like a man? You didn't have a problem then, did you? You didn't bring that up. Did you have a problem when you told me over there across the street that I wish I could screw you? Did you have a problem then? See, you do things behind people's back, or you do things out front, and then you don't think somebody's supposed to bring up all the dirt that you done did. Did you have a problem that you had the police to bring you down here for months? Escort you down here because you was afraid of your life, but when we were doing a recall on you, you came out by yourself. Did you tell that? Tell us some of the things that you've done. You know, I know y'all don't want me to have that seat, but you know what? My God told me to peace be still. I don't have to fight to get it. I can go and redo it all over again. I don't have a problem with that. And you guys don't have to sit, guess what? On both sides of me, my right and my left. So you better wake up. And if I don't get it, life still goes on. You talk about, I lied about my application, your mayor lied about he went to college. You ain't saying nothing about him. Let's bring up the lies.
Pause your time. This is your second warning. Please leave this meeting.
Who? What's she talking about? Oh.
Happy birthday, But you guys, like I said, we don't talk about the water. We haven't given the resident a dime, not a light bulb. But you got your 50,000. You got your 25,000. You got your 10,000. You got your 30,000. City of Flint got people. You know, you're doing such a good job in the 7th Ward, y'all got stuff done over there, but nobody knows where it's at. Tell me what street was on that job, doing so much good work there. You haven't. I've talked about that building that on Saginaw and Philadelphia Street. Glass everywhere. It was boarded up, it's not boarded up anymore. This is the 6th week that thing been open and nobody has did anything. But you got an ambassador. Where's she at? Where your ambassador at? She's ambassador, all right. Doing what? Nothing. She has never came down to a council meeting until the Murphys came down here. Then she come to my house. Tell her she can stay at home.
It's now time for council response. Each council member shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who'd like to speak?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I want to say thank you to all the speakers tonight. The record, Rule 9.7, changing one's vote, is in the Flint City Council rules. A member has a right to change his vote, or should say her, up to the time that the results announced by the chair. I know there are some people who are, this is highly contested. Our city attorney and our city clerk were deliberating in the back, and they allowed this to go forward. So I know that's been, it changed the climate here tonight. I think it would be up to the people who are running for third ward. If you have attorneys, then that's what you're probably going to have to work on that. In regards to this third ward seat, we had 5 votes. That vote was changed. Mr. Alameen did vote for Beverly Biggs leaving. I did not see the signal to change it. As I said before, an indicator of how we vote or how the people want us to vote is to look at the numbers. 589 people did show up to vote for Beverly Biggs leaving. That is an indicator. You cannot deny that happened. It physically happened. It may not be everyone's choice. It may not be. That just means whoever's going to get that seat, and now there's going to be election set, you have to get out there and work harder. You got to get out there and do the work. Tonight is difficult and almost embarrassing because Mr. Alameen, I did not see him change his vote. I was looking right over there. And the clerk stated she didn't hear him, and he was sitting next to her. But this is part of the course here, unfortunately, for the city council.
Is there anyone?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
just want to provide some clarity for my colleague in the 6 wards who said she didn't see me trying to change my vote. As I spoke to Ms. Davina, she was looking down, but I was trying to get her attention to change my vote. I just want to clarify that.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
Thank you. So I just want to address a few things that were said. The first thing I would like to address is Ms. Keys, who stated that I don't do anything for my ward. 5 recall later, I'm still here. So I must be doing my job. And if you would like to know more about what I'm doing, come out to the meetings that I've been having for the last 3 years. The only council person that have been having standing monthly board meetings, letting the residents know about the information and services that are available. So accusations from exactly, but I just want to make sure that no misinformation is given and that you are fully factual. And then next, we also want to talk about what our candidate was saying about me from the electorate as well. You can say that I threatened to fight 3 men. Well, we gotta talk about it in totality. Let's talk about how Mr. Woodson, who comes to council and harasses council members every time he's here, yeah, he threatened to beat my ass. And then Mr. Pfeiffer, when he jumped up, he pointed in my face and he lunged at me. And so what we can do is, I'd love to put a motion on the floor to pull the tape so we all can run it and we can play it back. I'm not talking about the snippet version, I'm talking about the enlarged version that shows everything that happened as I sat in that seat. Because one thing I will not do, I don't need to fabricate. I don't need to go out and exaggerate so people can believe me. You put the truth out there and you let the people decide. And that's what we can do. So thank you so much for bringing that back, ma'am. So, if my colleagues are willing, I would love to put that motion on the floor so we can play that night back so we can see this totality. What happened? Because I'm okay with that.
But you would not. I would support that.
Great, well, sounds good. So I'm willing to put it on the floor, and so next week, we can have it played on the big screen, and we can show everything in its entirety. I'm looking forward to that.
Anyone else? Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So, I would like to thank the seventh ward person that called me today and thanked me for their roof being replaced. I know that because you're in the ward, you live in the ward, you're there, you know the work that I'm doing, as well as all of the other residents that know the work that I'm doing, that live in the seventh ward, called me and thanked me. I appreciate all seventh ward residents for their support. Anyone else that does not live in the seventh ward is welcome to go to the seventh ward and talk to the seventh ward residents who are quite happy with what I'm doing. It's no secret. It's actually on Facebook. It's all over. I understand that some things happen and some people are upset, but what we cannot do is try and discredit someone who's actually working. Your question of where's my work in the seventh ward? It's in the seventh ward. Visit the seventh ward to see the work, but it is happening. And I want to talk about these comments about water, never talk about water. This is the thing. Everyone that's gotten up here and made a comment about me never talking about water, I've never seen you anywhere talking about water. When we were in the middle of the water crisis and I was accepting pallets and I was passing out water, I didn't see you. I definitely didn't see you. I didn't see any of you all. When we've been doing all of this work around water, I don't see any of you. I don't see any of you anywhere lobbying or legislating or doing anything. So when you keep asking how come you don't hear me talking about water, because you're nowhere talking about water. It's just common circumstance for you when you show up at a meeting. Be very clear. I walk my talk. I don't just stand up at a lectern or sit in a seat and talk. The work gets done. You don't see me doing the work because you're not where the work is being done. Thank you.
Wow. I will take my time to address the letter from the Board of Elections. In that, in the last two sentences, the Flint City Charter governs the vacancy in the office of a council member and is the appropriate authority for this situation. Flint Charter, Section 2-410. You should consult your county or city legal counsel for advice in connection with this matter. This letter doesn't talk about the election, it talks about the appointment, that paragraph that tells us to talk to our attorney. So I wanted to clarify that, and I also wanted to make it clear, I can't talk tonight for some reason, that the judge hearing the case on the third ward appointment ruled that we were not in violation of the Open Meetings Act. It was very plain from the bench that we were not in violation. So I wanted to make that clear to all who may be listening to words that we were in violation. Please know, it's the judge who will take any heat if any appellate court says that we were in violation because we followed the judge's orders. Thank you. Now I'll entertain a motion for the consent agenda. Yes. Motion on the floor to send the consent agenda to council.
Support.
Seconded, is there any separation? Go ahead. Okay, well, Adam. About, okay, that's the bridge. Any other? Any other? I will separate 250033. vote to approve the consent agenda, was add-on number 1 and 250033.
Everybody watching me, and I don't worry about it.
Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis? Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Whitmore?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Fleischer? Mr. Jerry? Ms. Lewis, 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Sure, you get my notes. Okay, so the first separation is 250033. I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Make a motion that we send resolution 250033-T, which is the acceptance of energy efficiency and conservation block grant purchase EV charging stations to council.
Is there support? Correctly seconded. Is there any discussion? Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I just want to know, because I know didn't hear or receive.
I did that.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Right. I think, Seamus might be able to speak to this. Hello. Hey, what was the total of this grant?
$144,050.
Was the total of the grant, we're gonna spend 92,000 on, or is it, are we not going to? We're gonna spend up to 92.
It's up to 144,050 is what's available. And this is a rebate, so voucher rebate initiative, which is essentially, we don't get any money up front, but we go and we purchase the specific items, which in this instance EV charging stations, and then we get voucher rebates from the DOE to be able to purchase more infrastructure pieces around electrical vehicles or electrification.
All right, could this money have been spent on anything else other than the EV charging stations?
Yes, there was a wider scope of things that could be spent on, but speaking with the administration, there was a seeing a need and a desire to move towards some potential electrification of our fleets, including police and fire. So this was a starting point in the process of moving towards electrification of that, to be able to get this funding to be able to cover further charging stations.
Right, and so with these conservation dollars, is this something that someone outside of city employment could have applied for and used for something?
No, this was each given specifically a certain amount was given to cities. We got this amount, a different other city would have got another amount, the cities, the municipality had to apply for themselves.
Right, and so this grant is strictly for the municipal use?
I'm sorry.
This grant was strictly for municipal use?
Correct.
Right. All right, and what do you probably don't know, but do you have any roundabout idea of where they're gonna put the EV charging stations?
Yeah, so there's two going at the fire station, there's two going at the police station, they're the smaller ones, and then there's two commercial ones going at, right now, it's looking at 5th Street, which residents can access and use, but that's not 100% guaranteed the location, but right now it is on 5th Street. So residents have the opportunity to access electric EV charging stations themselves, yes. And the hope is that we let people park there downtown, spend some money downtown, and the shops come back and be able to charge their cars and go on their business again.
Right, and with that location, I'm sure you consider highways and all that other stuff, access. I said with that location, you consider access and
Yes,
everything?
everything was considered, correct, yeah.
And with these EV charging stations, the one that's gonna go specifically on Fifth Street, will there be a charge associated with using the charging station, or how's that going?
Yeah, so the specifics of how that works, charging and everything is something I can't speak to right now. I can only speak to the grant itself and applying for the funding. I don't know how the mechanism, the charges involved, et cetera, work.
All right, who would be able to answer that question about, and that's neither here nor there from what I'm today, but just for future reference, who would be able to answer that?
I would suggest Marquita Blair, or Ed Taylor.
The way it didn't last, I'm gonna use my time, thank you.
People, tease me about the car that. So, I think I'm gonna speak as a resident expert on this, and, what electric vehicles do we have in police and fire?
Not currently, this is a start towards that, start going towards that. So I'll preface this by saying, the initial plan was to increase access for residents by putting some at certain points near the municipal building that they can use them. But when we saw that there was more funding available, we decided that we would move towards electrification of some of our police and fire.
So what studies have we, referenced that electric vehicles for police and fire during winter? Because I've been all electric since 2018, and I know the capabilities, and I would want my police and fire in an electric vehicle because the battery is crap during winter. So why would who is thinking that this is a good idea to put a patrol officer or a firefighter in an electric vehicle in the state of Michigan?
There's no guarantee that it would be a patrol officer. We're talking about using it for potential other community officers that they're not always out every day in that vehicle. There might be someone working with the youth. So it's not going to be a constant patrol car that's going to be used on the day.
So it's not going to be a patrol car? Is that what
I believe so.
That makes a difference.
Gotta go clean it up. I know.
Here we go.
Ed gotta clean this up. He fumbling.
Please approach.
I have, good evening. Not for patrol, because, for the police department, it was for the school liaison, for the school liaison. And for the, fire department, it had to do with training, if I remember right. But it didn't have anything to do with fire suppression or.
Okay, I just want to make that clear that, you know, having them out there for 12 hours and like that doesn't make sense for them.
I know you read the deck.
I have.
They had anything you got down.
YouTube. Yeah.
I would say that the one at the fire station saying that it's going on the wall behind the fire station.
That was a lot to do. That was a lot to do.
Is that all it's falling down?
That was a lot to do with installation, where it was the easiest place to install. We had somebody come out.
That wall is falling down, where it's crumbling and.
I'm not saying it's going on the wall per se.
This is, the quote from Weinstein says that, their quote says that it's going to go on the wall behind fire station. I just want to be clear that.
To my understanding, now this is me, I haven't looked at the quote, but, to my understanding, it was going, over by the fire station, not on the wall, but it had to do with where the electricity was running up under the ground. So they had to put it in that particular situation. And the reason why it's going in the, police department, because you know, they got, well, you probably paid attention and they had that fence going across there. Sooner or later, that fence will be broken. I think you all just approved that on the last council meeting. So it will be inside, and they didn't want, people to be able to come in there and use that.
So the last, two that are going, or it says in front of City Hall, so is that, those being charge point charges, those charge dollars, they have to set up a charge point account. What are we anticipating for revenue for that, since that will now be a revenue stream for the city?
We don't know right now what the potential will be for that. I believe we have to have a discussion with the energy provider and discuss what rates will be for usage. So I can't give you a figure right
So
now.
we're putting a separate meter on that?
I can't give you a figure on that.
Any other discussion in the first round? Seeing none, I will take my time. I'm gonna be quite honest with you, I'm not a big fan of this. Mr. Piper was getting into the question of charging for this. We've got in the staff, review, it says we're installing 6 new electric charging stations to support the transition to a more sustainable city fleet. And then we're talking about allowing residents to use some of them. What you're talking about isn't consistent with what's in the staff review.
Right, so the residents, I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I also found this also interesting when they were doing the grand opening or the groundbreaking for the new apartments for Community First up on Flushing Road. They were installing EV vehicle chargers on some of the apartments so that residents can use them. I'm not in favor of a municipality owning what should be a private use. I'm just not. How are we going to, how are you going to charge? How are we going to take care of it? Are we going to make profit? These should be privatized, not a governmental. It's not the government's business to charge for energy usage. We shouldn't have that. We have private companies that do that. So, and in regards to the EVs for disadvantaged, people can barely afford their gasoline-powered cars. They can't afford to buy the electric vehicles. I can't afford to buy an electric vehicle. But I just think that this is not someplace that we should be putting our money into, or even accepting the grant, installing it. I don't think we have any business being involved in providing electric charging for owners of vehicles. Second round.
Madam Chair. Thank you. So we're going green whether we like it or not. And people are choosing this, it's just what it is. As a matter of fact, in the 6th Ward, we're going green with the lawnmowers, we're not using gasoline. And so when we talk about having access to charging, either we get involved or we get left behind. And Chicago, I'm telling you, even in the suburbs, they're everywhere, including the charging stations in the Walmart parking lots. And even when you behind the police department, in between the police department and in between the fire department, is a big old tank for gasoline. So if we're having electric vehicles, they're gonna have to charge them. I mean, that's just, and the electric cars don't take gasoline. So we have a big old thing back there, all of the gas tank to fuel the city vehicles that they have a key to go to use, and left where they don't go. I mean, I think it's smart. We don't know where our prices are now, along with the Gaza Strip being taken over which was announced on the news, we don't know. So I think when we talk about, we have to embrace it. We have to get involved in some things, and we're going to lecture. We just not. I don't even understand. I'm baffled. That conversation. Because if you're buying, you're scared how many cars are you buying for, because the Nissan cars are raggedy, is what I'm told. So are they getting new cars?
Although I can't speak on the gas part of the car, but I know they're gonna have two, EV cars, and the fire department have two EV cars, and that's for the training division for the fire department, and that's for the school liaison for the police department.
Do we know when we're gonna get those?
Well, I don't know, first part of this, and,
I'll just speak what the rebate we get back from this will go toward purchasing those vehicles.
So a lot of this comes with like energy grants, is that correct?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, the government is encouraging us to go green.
Yeah, and this funding was designated for us. We didn't have to go out and chase it. This was one it was designated, each city was given a certain amount, so we were encouraged to apply for it.
Okay,
She got a
so
house.
basically, hey, this is what it is.
Yeah. What you thought? Yeah, she got a house.
I mean, they just start. So, I personally like gasoline.
That's all they want.
But those little people on the electric cars, they're too quiet for me. Way too quiet. So, if we're getting electric cars, we have to have a way to plug them in. Then we're going to have 4 vehicles.
She said she
And I
wanted a
think
house.
the liaison, they need to look at new stuff. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, so I concur with my colleague, Ms. Ward. This is the thing. There are multiple municipalities across the country who are engaging with residents in this way. They're using EV chargers as a stream of revenue. And they set them up the way that they need to set them up, whether it's you pay by the amount of time that you use it, whether it's you have a monthly subscription. But what Flint is proposing to do, it's not new, it's not innovative, it's innovative for us apparently, but it is something that is happening. Go ahead.
I just want to, in our circumstance, we will be paying by usage, so if it's not used, we will not pay. Some municipalities have paid monthly, and if they make mistakes, we will learn from mistakes of other municipalities, because we're sitting there, and maybe not be used for a week or two, they still have to pay. We will only pay for usage.
And to my colleague in the 4th Ward's point of you not being able to afford a vehicle, I don't think that other people who can afford electric vehicles should be left without being able to charge their vehicle simply because the rest of us have vehicles that require us to use gas. Most people that buy electric vehicles can afford to buy electric vehicles and have charging stations in their garage. So we're not forcing anyone to buy electric vehicles. It's not like this says we're going to get rid of all gas stations around the city. It's simply saying that this is an opportunity, one, to move our fleet forward and be able to power that fleet as we move forward, and then also to give residents an opportunity. Because if you look up the nearest charging station, I think the Gaudi truck did tell us where we can find the nearest charging station. It's not close. I think this is an amazing opportunity for Flint. Like you stated, it gives people an opportunity to come in, use a charging station, gives them access to see some of the beautiful work that we have going. It's going to be as close to centrally located as possible. So it encourages others that are going to come to our city, and it encourages another way, another revenue stream for us. And so I'm looking at this, and not only that, but it helps us be environmentally responsible as well. So I'm looking at this as a bonus for the city. It's moving our fleet forward so we don't get stuck only having gas-powered vehicles. And it also gives residents within the city and people who are visiting or stopping through an opportunity to charge their vehicles. And I think what also will happen is people who may be running low on their battery as they're driving by, they won't have to try to hurry and get to another city and skip Flint. They'll come here, we'll get that money for their charge. That's revenue coming in our city, and they'll go on about their business, but either way, we have the revenue.
Just want to add, it's an education tool as well for young people when it comes to environment. It's an education tool for young people and the youth who are having school liaisons. And been able to go out to the schools and show.
And I think that is absolutely a plus, is that we are exposing our youth to these things and letting them know that there are nice things in Flint. You can be trained on those things, and we have them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? In the second round?
Madam Chair, thank you. So, you know, as a council member that went down to Detroit and saw in person what they're doing, I know we don't want to be left behind. We do a lot of things in an antiquated way, and it's time to step it up. You know, in Detroit, we were talking with one of the nation's leading experts, you know, dealing with EV and charging vehicles, and you know, they're at the point where they are paving streets that where you go down the street and then charge a vehicle. And so we don't want to be left behind. We definitely don't. And so that's a big reason why I'm in support of this. And again, this is when, you know, we take our role as council members outside of this chamber, outside of social media, and we link up with people that's doing the work. So I'd like to thank the vice president and the councilwoman in the 7th Ward for allowing me to join her as we went to Detroit and had these much needed conversations, because we want to bring that kind of energy here. And so when we talk about the affordability of the vehicles, last time I checked, the EV vehicles, they have some of the largest discounts going on right now. You know, you can get basically almost $10,000 off toward getting an electronic vehicle.
Should they cost $100?
EV hybrid. And so I don't want to act like this is excluding people when it looks like this is a avenue that can include a lot of people into getting new cars and stepping up into the new millennial. And also, when we had the Consumer Energy Conference, they have subsidies set aside for homes to bring the electrical system up to code so you can support your EV vehicle. So I don't want to turn my back on the future, you know, just get upside the head with the fact that, that we're late behind, and when it's time to get it, then all of a sudden we have to pay for it to get on board. I'd rather get in where we fit in, which is right now. And so I would love to explore this for the city of Flint and see where it can lead us. Because again, we want to go with innovation, not antiquation. That's why we are here. So thank you.
I do want to say, today, one of the city employees came to me, for electric vehicles.
How you doing, Ms. Pancake? I'm doing fine, Mr. Pancake.
The electric.
Hold on, Ed. You got 39 seconds left, then Dr. Lewis is fine.
Tick, 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 tick.
Ooh, you been taking advantage of me, you know that.
You've been taking advantage of me too. You better keep walking. You better keep walking.
He told me he bought an electric vehicle, and he told me what he paid for it, and I said, man, you bought that electric vehicle less than you could buy a gas vehicle, a high country, because you $85,000, $90,000. So, they are affordable, and I have rode in them, and I didn't even believe they had the horsepower that they had, but let me tell you, they get up and get out pretty quick. And, Mr. Pfeiffer, I'm gonna borrow yours, and I'm gonna borrow
Anyone else? Go ahead. I heard Mr. Pfeiffer first, and then.
So, a couple of things. I do want to touch the point that this is, I would never charge there, but it's not for me. It's for potential, tourists or anything else. It's that type, because my colleague's point, if you have a electric vehicle, more likely to charge your home. So this will drive, more business downtown, I think. I don't know if because there is a charger in front of the flat lot over there. I don't know how many people will actually park here and visit downtown. That's definitely on the long term. But it's better than not having. My colleague in the fourth was pointed out, we shouldn't be selling like we sell water. Should that be privatized? I mean, we sell trash service.
So he got up there and called us 8 holes again.
So I'm all for this, the charge point. I hope that it's a revenue, not a expense. with charge, and that, you know, it's just a marked up personal law charge.
That's exactly what it will be. I just don't have the exact numbers for you.
I'm gonna give it to him.
And to your point, Ed Taylor, even when you have an electric vehicle, you get all the rebates and you pay a lesser rate for your electricity at home. So you get rebates on top of rebates on top of rebates that help offset those costs. Other than that, for this, obviously, I don't believe that they should be on patrol cars. I think I said that pretty good, especially now. I think if we do go electric for the police and fire for the non-emergency, I think that may need to be set in place.
Julianne Taylor, they should have Ms. Gladys put out the Republican convention.
How much is that extra $100,000 y'all got? How much is that extra $100,000 y'all got?
Oh, baby, that $100,000 doing
Can I get at least 10% of
You
your-
gotta go downstairs and ask your master. Go ask him.
Hold on. Yeah, he needs to stop that. He's bringing the work.
I'm sorry, I was paying attention, I did not see what he was doing.
Yeah.
Of course you did.
Mr. Rich Jones, please. And I want everybody, I haven't heard any phones tonight, but please make sure your phone is on silent. Okay, go ahead, Mr.
I just would add what my colleagues were saying, the importance of being innovative, getting ahead of the curve, doing some things. I partner with some organizations in Detroit who utilize this. A lot of these stations, EV, and we know the world and the economy is driven now by technology, AI, and these type of things. I think it's important. Even though this may be kind of like a small step that we continue to start looking for resources to bring into the community based on this kind of technology and so forth. So I think it's a great idea, and I commend you guys for going after this and intentionally may have this implemented in our city. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? So this is, I take my time again. So EV vehicles are heavily subsidized by the federal government and local governments.
I see why.
That's the only way people can afford it. We're talking about rebates after rebates after rebates. Without those rebates, people can't afford them. And how long are those rebates going to be available? We already know that this program was from the previous administration because they knew that the current administration would cancel it. The mandating something does not work. People have been losing their jobs. Pal answered, they're going on layoffs because people aren't buying the vehicles. I would love a Tesla someday, just because I think they're cool. I never will have one, but I'd love one because I think they're cool. It'll never be my primary vehicle. So that is, the end of discussion. This is the vote to send resolution 250033 to council.
Ms. Lewis?
Yeah.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. McCartney?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Allen? Vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
So vote is 7 yes, 1 no, that will be sent to council. Our next resolution is number 1, which is $50,000 to Bethel United Methodist Church for food access. I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
to send add-on number 1, resolution to reallocate $50,000 of ARPA funds to Bethel United Methodist Church to council.
Motion on the floor to send and council's report.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Properly seconded. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
For you two, Mr. Edwards,
Mr. Edwards?
if you could come forward. And as you're coming, I do want to say, when we talk about food access, I believe we've got over 600,000 in food access in our funds, and our community is going hungry. Health centers ran out of money in September. We're in a food desert. We have the money. We should be making sure we use it to take care of our community. St. Mark was voted down, and Bethel is getting a difficult time. This money was designated and allocated just for this. There's a category, food access. Mr. Edwards, what was the issue? This is before Emily Dore left. I was working with Emily Dore on two, St. Mark's and Bethel. What was the problem with Bethel?
I don't have any information.
She don't know.
I don't have any information at this time.
So
I can look into it for you, but I don't.
Yeah, well, she sent me emails. Her and I have gone back and forth. There were two that I sent. We've got over six, I believe it's six. Hold on, Mr. Do you two, manager, how much do you have food access to our? We had got over what, 600,000 the last time we talked?
Plans being made on some of that money that we had not talked about yet.
So here we go. St. Mark and Bethel have been, Bethel really, and it's a health center, which serves between 1,200 and 1,600 cars come through there per month, that they're making sure that they're feeding and it's healthy foods. We have a food access problem. We have it. This money is ARPA. There's a category, our council members, I'm putting, we're gonna see who's gonna vote for it, who's not. How do you let your community go hungry when you know that we have the money and it's for them? It's for that category. It's simply for that. Some of the things that Bethel does, number one, they have COVID testing. They have maintained through the entire COVID-19. Their doors were open. They have blood pressure testing every Tuesday through Thursday. They have this. They have cholesterol testing. They have diabetes testing. Mondays they have food that they give away. And that line wraps and wraps around that corner. I've worked that line numerous times, talking to the people, giving food. And it's going to be interesting to see, because we only feed certain parts of the community. People come from all over the northwest side of town. People need food. They're right next to Berkeley Square, which is mixed housing. They walk over. They don't even drive. They walk over with their little carts to get food. And that line, you'll see mostly seniors in that line. Because some people are deciding, do I have to split my medication or do I get groceries? The price of eggs, ridiculous. I'm glad I'm allergic to it. The price of Miracle Whip used to be $1.99. It's $5.99. So we look at the price of groceries and a loaf of bread. Groceries is high, and if we have food access money, and I was told the administration was not supporting that, which is in the 6th Board until 2026, which is in the 6th Board, where Mayor Neely resides. He resides in this board. This is important that we take care of our community. Our book is for everybody, not just the select few council members. We have to make sure that we're taking care of the community. Not approving this means you don't care about the community. You have the money, but you don't have the will to do what's right. Having the money and not having the will is problematic. People are hungry. And they give milk, they give potatoes, they give fruits, vegetables. They give meat. They're serving this community, and they ran out of money in September. They're asking for all 8 of us up here to vote yes on this. Put your differences aside and feed our community with the ARPA funds and food access that is intended to do and its purpose.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Is anyone here from Bethel tonight?
Nope.
Is anyone here from Bethel United Methodist Church to speak on this?
Nope.
All right, so, sir, I'm bringing you to order.
All right.
So seeing there's no here from Bethel, I would like to make a motion to leave this here in Finance Committee.
There's a motion on the floor to leave this, or add on number 1 in finance, is there support? I'll support that.
That's how you move Flint forward. You don't give them no food.
This is the vote, leave add on number 1 in finance.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Carter?
No.
Ms. Carter?
No.
Ms. Schaaf?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 2 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 2 yes, 5 no, that motion carries.
Thank you. So, before we allocate funds, I would like to hear from Bethel. And so I hear my colleagues in the city who are passionate speak to Bethel's needs and the money that they need.
Request
And
information.
What's your request?
Does the speaker know that I gave half of my ward money to continue to feed the community and they are in good standing?
Go ahead.
yeah. So, as I voted to approve that funding, I'm fully aware. And so as I was stating, I always say start right now.
Please put it at 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you. So, I am looking to speak to someone from that organization, congregate and relate this need. But, we need to be mindful of a few things. We're able to still utilize these dollars because we have 5 members of this body that voted to put this in the general fund. So these funds will not expire. So I want to make sure that that's made abundantly clear. I know that was one of the last reasons why I was recalled, because I voted to put the money in the general fund under the ARPA category. If we would not have done this, we couldn't even spend ARPA dollars right now. We couldn't even consider any of these resolutions. So I need for this to be abundantly clear as we move forward and continue to talk about ARPA funding. And so, but again, I am fully aware of the work that Bethel does. Fully aware. And I would like to hear from Bethel because we have so many organizations that would like to receive money out of this specific category. And so I want to make sure that we're giving individuals an opportunity to.
When we did the governmental bursting, every time we got
Absolutely, I have, thank you. Not only have I worked at Bethel, I also worked at Boston. I also worked at Greater Holy Temple. They know me for going out and helping. So hopefully we have audience members to understand that the second ward is in these streets helping out. So thank you for pointing that out. I'm definitely out here. So with that being said, I would like to hear from a representative from Bethel to see what their needs, so we can have a conversation, to see what needs they may have. I would like to hear that. I would like for them to approach the lectern, and so we can see, because again, we have a lot of organizations, they're funded from outside, they have lots of funding. But then we also have some people that are going into their personal pockets. People that are going into their personal pockets to feed the residents. So we want to make sure that this money is touching them. And so they didn't, just like Bethel didn't apply for these specific ARPA funds that we're giving them, they didn't either. And so we want to make sure that everyone has
confirmation.
Go ahead.
No, that's request. To the speaker, she mentioned that there were some people who didn't apply for requested funds. Who did they request funds for, from, if you don't mind me asking?
You get who they requested from? Like, you mean like council members or?
Yeah, I mean, how did they put in their request? Like, how do we know that there was a request made?
Because they reached out personally. Yeah, so they reached out to different council members to, and also they reached out to.
Gina, start the clock.
We have people that are doing the work, So we want to make sure that if we're going to allocate funds to individuals, that we want to make sure that we're funding individuals so people will stop coming out of their personal pocket, taking money out of their family's household. We have an organization, and I'll be more specific, in the 6th Ward. They're going out to Kroger shopping off of donations, taking money out of the church's pot to pay for things. So, and they're not funded, they have no grant, they're not getting anything from Congresswoman, state senator, no one. It's strictly out of the love for Flint and the love they have for residents. So we want to make sure that those people are taken care of as well.
Request from Commissioner. Did they reach out for funding?
She still can't answer.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
And so, let's make sure that we're taking care of everyone. And these dollars are touching individuals that usually won't have these kind of dollars touch them. That's what these funds are for. Thank you.
All these homeless people and people that's homeless.
Madam Chair. So that was actually a staple in our community. We are aware of how through the Flint water crisis, they did serve as one of the pods that we had. So they were helping to pass out water. Also during COVID, they were a health facility, if you will, a satellite facility, if you will, to make sure that people were getting the proper care. I do understand what my colleague in the 2nd Ward is saying as far as generally we have had people come up and they do discuss the work that they are doing in the need for the requested funds. I know that we've had Mother Jones come before us a couple of times and talk. I know we've had a couple of other places that serve as kind of mini hubs in the city for people to get their needs met. And so I would like to make a motion to send this to Special Affairs so that we can get an opportunity to hear from Bethel, to hear about the work that they are currently doing in the community.
There's a motion on the floor to keep resolution add-on 1 in special, send it to Special Affairs. Councilperson in the 1st Ward, send it to Special Affairs.
This one, Ms. Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Jett?
Yes.
Ms. Piper?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That will go to Special Affairs. Support. There's a motion on the floor, supported by Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward. Roll call, please.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Jett?
Yes.
Ms. Piper?
That was it?
Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
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 The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. This meeting is adjourned at 7:38.
That ain't gonna take no 5 minutes.
If you need to fill out a speaker slip for the next meeting, speaker slips are in the back for the legislative meeting. We'll be picking those up for the meeting starts.
Good. She didn't get them no money either.
Say what?
That's what I mean. Pancake. You a waffle. That's what you is. You a waffle. You ain't even no pancake. You a waffle.
I better put a chair over it. I'm gonna say the moose is loose. Family in recess right now. But we got to do better. We got to do better. They letting anybody come down here. I can't believe certain people really think you can get a fool up there and be a council person. This is some of the crazy stuff I got. But now I see it's all about, I see the deal that went in that first ward and bought her people off. Sad day in the city of Flint. Sad day. Well, I'm so glad I done cut so many these, man. Best thing I did was let Rich Jones go. Been up ever since I cut him loose. Up. When I tell you these some of the ignorant people, family, that they letting come down here to run for council, unbelievable. Unbelievable. People not even living in them houses that they say. Unbelievable. And the way I'm seeing Mays people going left to right. And I hope some of these people is watching. Man, y'all are some of the biggest sellouts in the history. The people that was rolling with Mays. Sellouts. Boy, all them people that was rolling with Mays. Some of the biggest sellouts in the city.
The time is now
biggest sellouts in the
7:43
city.
p.m. on Wednesday,
Some of the most jealous hearted can be bought off people I see.
2025. I hereby call this legislative committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Priestley.
Present.
We have 5 members present. Are there any requests for agenda changes and or additions?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
There's not an addition, but we do have a proposed amendment to, one of the ordinances, so it needs to be separated for that, but that's not an act, it's an amendment.
Excuse me, can you all, we can hear you? Thank you. Ms. Burns, it is now time for public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only one speaking opportunity per speaker. First public speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is Kawan Matt.
They gone.
She was in the hallway. She left.
Come on.
Come on. Is she gone?
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Rich Jones.
Whoa.
I thought she was in the hallway. Oops.
How y'all doing today? I just want to make an announcement once again that I will be at the Broom Center on Thursdays, Tuesdays, from 5 to 7. Anybody want to come up and join in and file a petition for Justice for Rayvon, or if y'all want to come up and sign a petition. And I'm saying this to the general audience and out there already got to, how y'all feel about that. Y'all hate with that shit, but it's punishment. Y'all so personal that y'all let this little boy family grieve without support. That's sad. I want to thank Brother Leon because not only did he sign the petition, he also took petitions around and get people to sign. I very much appreciate that. It would make my day if I can cut these petitions from 2 to 1. And one of y'all just give the family a proclamation. Y'all didn't even acknowledge that they lost a son. Shot 6 times in the back and once in the back of the head. Oh, man. We all got something to where this could be one of our loved ones. And it's sad that y'all are very personal. Last Wednesday, I almost started crying. That we damn near turned away more cars than we gave. And let me say something. At that St. Mark's food giveaway, people would ride through the line, park their cars. When we got done passing our food, they would come over and take extra. We went from having extras to where when it was time to pass that food out, I grabbed my camera and went live. There wasn't no more work for me to do. There wasn't no spaces for me to stand at. That's sad. And let me say something. Those people that I turned away had nothing to do with that phone call, had nothing to do with that pastor put that phone call on speaker, had nothing to do with the council people that is running around making all of the noise. Nothing. Those are innocent people that probably don't even know that y'all are not voting for. Somebody got to look out for the innocent. Thank you.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is R.L. Mitchell.
Hello, what's that? I'm back. What's that? Do you, I'm R.L. Mitchell, the renegade of Flint. Just like the last you just got to talking to Rick Jones. I wasn't gonna say that about this, but, about that food giveaway stuff. I got, 8 fishes in this bag from, I think it's from my east side, what you were talking about, from Carter every Wednesday, did you not? And they gave me a hot meal and fork in front of everybody. I was hungry, I took it. But I want to say, when I was out in Burton, with that lawyer over there, told them, don't represent the Flint people at that Hassel Center, do was check them. I put a $6 million church over there. And on Appleton Road, I moved in the apartment over there, they just had built them in the mail. They said, man, we don't want you to live here because we just got it up there on we want to have you. Yeah, my father had to come over there. They got a hold of my father. Let me look like a kid again. I'm grown. You know what I'm saying? This to say this. I went in that swamp, walked to my church one day. Rick said somebody shot this little dude in the back of the head. I didn't know they shot him in the back of the head on the back. Somebody shot a deer right there. They had to be in the old sheds out there hanging on the woods on the motor scooters. They all want me chicken. I don't know if they looking for deers or bears or what. They saw me up there, but this time I was walking. I know a deer rifle when I heard a deer rifle. But it was a young woman, she came to my church named Barbara Wilson. Barbara, they put her in charge of the food bank. Anything she sees lacking, she says she want this, and they give it to her. Like that 10 or 12, that food bank, man. She the one responsible for making them build that food bank over there. Next to 10 or 12, where the private railroad tracks go through with all them goods over there. When the shack neighborhood that she ain't doing in the box. And everybody came there had a little shoot out the little kids over there and nobody said nothing about it. And like I say, I was in charge when the thing was built, people stole my $15,000 sign. And the people didn't want me to send them about it because they want to take the blame. I didn't know white people could steal that thing. And all that stuff. And people, concrete and stuff, and people been here talking about. And just like that lawyer over there, the real lawyer is that woman of color supposed to be over there, and she ain't. And he went in the back and ain't coordinating with the people. Told Sabrina, and they come out and talk about, they do this over. You see my work? Jump over. You see my work? All that. We could have somebody in the third ward, like I had the one for that lawyer right there, and all that simple pale face looking drunk, all that stupid.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is James Warren.
James Moore, Second Ward, wanted to leave Leon from the First Ward, just be willing to make a change, even though it looks like there was no jump on it. It should be okay. I know a lot of times I come up here and I be singing Kumbaya and love each other and y'all can do better and this and that. If we don't come together, hell, we ain't gonna make no better. That improvement's been going on for about 3 years. And one solution that is overlooked, a lot of times forgotten, I really do wish we could hear more about job creation. And one person I know has expertise in that area is Tanya Burns. I wish I would let her do a job and get Vernon on getting some jobs up here. And that would solve some of these long lines where people are showing up week after week to eat. If they had a place to work and we had some residual income coming in, meaning some paychecks that could be spent, I think it'd make Flint a lot better place. That's how Flint became what it was. And hopefully so that we don't change and do something about it, it'll still be here in the future. Thank you.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Inella Biggs Keys.
You spoke on everything that I said, except how you prayed on the Green Bank. You spoke on everything except how you sat here as council president and watched the riot break out And he's not called for order, he didn't call for security. Can somebody please put a motion on the floor to bring that back up? So they can see her behavior? You and Candace are the most narcissistic people I've seen in my life. Y'all come up here every other week with 1 or 2 email, phone call, say my resident called, said this, that. How many people you have your resident? You only get 1 or 2 calls and emails? I'm gonna give you guys a gem for today. The work that you do speaks for itself. You don't have to get up here and say who called you, or who sent you this, and who thanked you, because your residents will be saying it out loud. You guys can take a lot from Mr. Mays, even though you didn't like him. His work spoke for itself. Even though you blocked everything that he wanted to do, he still got out and made sure his residents were happy. And his residents spoke for the things that he did. Everything that you guys did, everything that he asked for, you guys paused, you put it on hold, you found a way not to give it to him. This ain't no shot to you, Leon. But you come in and everything that he had already put on the floor, you take it to prison. Because they wouldn't give it to him. They wouldn't give it to him. You guys are sitting up here, and there's nothing wrong with going to other cities and states and visiting and trying to implement those things into Flint. But you guys are talking about trees, daffodils, flowers, parks, go green, and we got green walls. It makes absolutely no sense. It's not making no sense. Somebody please put a motion on the floor to see how she sat here at city council and allowed a riot to break out. She allowed several people to surround me and my mother and back us in the corner, and as a president, she didn't say security, police, call to order, nothing. And if you talk about your residents, we're doing the work in our city. We're doing the work in our city. Yeah, you're doing it for the FBI, your friends, brothers, and in-laws. You ain't just doing it for the regular people that really need the help. You're doing it for the people that you associate with and you connect with. You're not doing it for every resident and being fair to every resident. So don't get up here and speak about what y'all doing, use y'all narcissistic behavior to, oh, and my resident called me and said this, and we're doing the work here to pat yourself on the back. That's sick. Because if you're doing the work, it's going to speak for yourself, and your residents are going to speak loud and proud about you, and I don't hear nobody saying shit about you. What?
Next public speaker, Madam Chair. The next speaker is Beverly Lynn Levy.
All right. Double trouble.
My name is Beverly Lynn. I live in the Governmental city of Flint. I appreciate all the ones who voted for me and keep voting for me.
All 5.
It's an honor, it's a pleasure. And those that don't want me in the seat, I appreciate you too. Because God don't make you hate people or dislike people. You do that on your own. You do it on your own. I thank you for calling my name out here and backtracking. I still thank you for it. Because you didn't have to do it. But if it wasn't for Candace, Mother Love, you would have kept my name. But that's okay too. Because I keep saying to you guys, if we have to get back out here and do it all over again, I got no problem with it. Like I say, God says, be still. And I'm being still, just for you guys. Because the residents see what you guys are doing. The residents see. Like I seen you at the bank the other day. I have nothing against you. I say, how you doing? That's me. You can't hurt me. I'm blessed highly. Highly. And he knows I'm blessed. But you know, I notice that every time that you do the pledge of allegiance and you pray, and the deal tells everybody to pray. Have you ever noticed she never prayed?
Thank God. Yeah, we don't want her to.
Y'all better think about that. You know, but the devil is crazy.
Facts.
You know, so, and some of them that say they of God don't pray. So I'm not being mad at nobody, but I know if I got that seat, I will vote for what the residents want in the third ward.
Facts.
And that's important. You walk around here, you got the ambassador. And I said I wasn't gonna say anything about it. But Adele, you just don't know. That ambassador, without knocking on doors, helped me recall you.
Sure was.
You know, it's a good thing and it's a bad thing. And I'm not mad, like I say, at nobody. If you ever think when the person that you try to put in that seat, she did one of these numbers.
So did.
Ain't came to my house.
Whoa!
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
You are at the last speaker, but before I call the name, I just want to point out that there's still some confusion about the slips. If you fill out one slip at the beginning of the committees and check all 3 boxes, you don't have to fill out another slip. It's only for people that have to fill out the slip in the first place or the meetings after that. So some people fill out 2 slips, but I'm going to go in order from the finance committee, then to legislature, and then government.
Me too.
So our final speaker for this meeting is Mr. A.C. Dumas.
My name is A.C. Dumas, and, excuse me, I am a 42-year resident where I reside on East Rankin Street for 42 years. And I agree with Councilperson Jerry Winfrey Carter that residency is important. Where you live, whether it's the city, the state, or ward, is where you vote. I'm not offended, because we filled out affidavit of indemnity and receipt of filing. And we took an oath, each one of you filled out one, and we took an oath. It was notarized. And at the bottom of it, I'm sorry, I should have printed it out, lets you know that if you lie on your affidavit, that you have committed perjury, which is punishable by 5 years in prison or fines or both. I think it's time out that the clerk's office determines who runs and who's elected.
Right.
I say that because the clerk's office is aware of who lives where, in what ward, and how long they've lived there. She is aware. And it's wrong for people that abide by the law, who abide by the rules, be punished. And those, you got people allegedly living in, running for the third ward, you don't even live in the third ward. Living, got down a house that the city of Flint owned, and have owned it for 8 years.
And no water.
No water.
No light.
No consumers, no meters at all.
Tell the truth.
Now that's the truth.
Shame the devil.
You all own a house that a person in the third ward is running for. And the city attorney knows it. And the clerk knows it. Well, let me say this, finally. 5 of you I voted for and supported me. Not one of you can say that A.C. Dumas came and asked you to support me. I supported Mr. Jarrett, I supported Mr. Pfeiffer, I supported Burns, I supported Jerry Winfrey Carter, and I supported Julie Priestley when she ran against Kate Field. Matter of fact, I called her, that's how come I knew she was a dog trainer.
Damn.
Thank you, Senator Sal. That was the last public speaker. It is now time for council response. Is there any council
He told the
member
truth,
wishing to
though.
respond at this time?
My name is Carl.
Madam Chair.
Arlington.
First ward.
He told the truth.
Thank the residents who come and speak. Voice their concerns and opinions. Thank you, Ms. Key, for your comment. I do want to clarify something, though. The work that I'm doing is not the work that was led by Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays was someone that was very passionate and did a lot of things in the ward. But when Mr. Mays was out here in his seat, Councilman Aline was out here still doing the same things that I'm doing now, and it just enhanced. Whether it's getting, renovating homes, and having other things get done, whether it's returning citizens and so forth. So the work that's being done is on my merit, my hard work, and I'm speaking to the residents every day, addressing their needs. So that's on me, that's not Mr. Mays' work, that's Councilman Aline. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response? Councilwoman in the sixth ward.
We
can't see no but his forehead. You see how I hit dog out?
And there is a complaint that I do understand was put in, with the third ward that someone put in, and that, I'm quite sure, addressed before the ballots are printed, is what I was told. So, I just want to speak to, and I think the liberty bill is speaking to the recipients of some of the amazing work that Councilman Mays did do. He made sure he built those 18 homes. Now
one
the
of them.
people who are benefiting, that was Councilman Mays' project. It was 100% that he went over there, he worked with the city attorneys, he worked with Mayor Karen Weaver, he went over there to the county, and he pulled those properties to say that was his program. And the mayor should acknowledge that Councilman Mays started that program. And so he did that press conference and did acknowledge that those properties were saved because of the work of late Councilman Gary Banks. He pulled those properties. He pulled those properties. He pulled the properties and he saved them. She's looking at me.
She getting the credit.
You know, and my issue is that we need to stop with the plagiarism. We got plagiarism pirates. That was his word. He did that because he understood. And his name should have been recited to give him the credit. Because he did the work that this community needs. And it was omitted. So in his absence, in his death, I want to thank him because his work is still speaking and still helping this community.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Yes,
Councilwoman in the fifth ward.
and first I would like to thank all of the residents. Thank you for being engaged in the process. And Councilwoman Burns, you are absolutely correct. That was Councilman Mays' initiative. And I was on the council at that time, and I voted yes. I was 100% in agreement to his initiative. There were, 18 properties, I believe it was. And St. Agnes was one of the properties. And House of Esther was supposed to get that property. But of course, you know, we have a lot of politics, politics going on, I like to say. But yeah, and you know, I don't like it when someone takes the credit for what another person have worked hard to do.
Amen.
It is unethical. And Deacon Dumas, thank you. You are absolutely correct. I live where I say I live. And I'm sure you do, Deacon Dumas. But, you know, we do have some candidates that live other places.
Maryland.
And, you know, it's not right. It is not right. You're supposed to live in the ward.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during public council?
Show your water bill. Cold.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you so much. So, well, like I said, talk to the fact, so we know that homes were separated and individuals were allowed to remain in those homes. But we must also recognize too that in the process of that time, which was, we said approximately 8 years ago, that's 8 years worth of income, that the city is losing. So that wasn't a win for the city. And so we didn't have to be clear when we look at city park houses. Our job is to look at resolutions, and we are looking at money and ordinances. And so that makes us take a nice size financial hit. So that's not anything to be proud of, because we should have had a resolution on the other side. You just don't pull a home and then let people stay there forever. No, if you're gonna pull a home, you must have a plan. So again, that definitely costs the city. But I would like to just speak to this fact, you know, after we began to talk about who had the right to come to the council speak. So after I had my major surgery, individuals are allowed to come to this lectern and speak. When we talk about the Murphy family coming, the Murphy family didn't come because the Dale Lewis told them to. The Murphy family came because they didn't appreciate the disrespect that individuals were giving toward their loved one. So they wanted to come speak out. I encourage everyone to stop in my voice. If you want to come here and speak with your form and decency, you will have your 3 minutes at the lectern. So let's not put that on me. And why did I just sit here? There's nothing else I can do. So when grown people know how to act, they act accordingly. And so when you say that you are that when Ms. Key said she defended her mother, we have pictures. And I have it right here of her back there with her gun drawn. And no one was thinking about her. Everyone was going about their business, looking away. The Murray family was following another, and she was lying done. So if you want to bring that, Madam Chair,
Please pause the time. The time for public speaking is now over. It's now time for council response.
She's a
And
lie.
so that is your first one.
And it can be my
It
second
is now
one.
time for
And
council
it can be my
response.
second.
And that is your
She's
second
a
one.
lie.
Thank
She's
you.
a lie.
Officers,
You a
that is your
lie.
second
And
warning.
I'm greatly a
Thank
lie.
you, Beverly Biggs,
Yes, it
please
is.
stop interrupting the meeting.
Yes, it is. You a lie. All y'all sat there and didn't say a damn word. And we got on video where the girl said, the Dale told us to come.
That is your first warning. That is your first warning. That is your second warning. Please be removed from the meeting. Officers, they are continuing to be disorderly. They are subject to arrest. Officers, they are continuing to be disorderly. They are continuing to be disorderly.
Madam Chair, let me have a few seconds back.
Absolutely, can we please give her 15 seconds? And I do apologize that the candidate for the third ward and her daughter are being disruptive and disorderly. Continue.
2026.
Thank you. And that right there is why Beverly Big Levy, who is going to be a candidate for the third ward, this is why she doesn't deserve council support. Because this is the behavior that she'll bring to this body. And so again, if the colleagues would like to see the picture of Nella Keys with her gun drawn in the back and no one is messing with her, please let me know.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during
Y'all
council
love taking
response?
pictures. Damn, you still got the pictures of my feet
Seeing
too.
as how there's no one else who wishes to speak during council response, I will take my time. I do want to thank the residents in the 7th Ward who called me about the many improvements that have been made in the ward. Greatly appreciate you letting me know that those things are done. Because I often say, when the work happens, if it does not change or does change, because we go on to the next thing, we're not necessarily sure of something, if something has changed. And I appreciate you wanting to call and talk about the fact that you have seen progress happen in the 7th Ward. I also want to point out that Councilwoman in the 2nd Ward, I think that you are doing a wonderful job, as does your residents, which is why all 5, because that failed. So
please continue to do the work that you're doing. Councilman Leon Alvin, thank you so much for the youth and vigor that you have brought to the first ward. Thank you for continuing to keep the ward, for carrying on the torch that was before you. Someone had to step in and take care of the ward in a way that is beneficial to them. So thank you for stepping in after they had a tragic loss and continuing the work in their ward. I'm sure that they do appreciate the work that you are doing. Thank you. Now it's time for the consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion.
She a big kid. Lynette was a big kid.
Is there support? It's been moved by the councilwoman in the fourth ward. It's been supported by the councilman in the second ward. Are there any separations? Councilman in the first ward.
Childish. I can't wait. I can't wait to 2020.
All right. That's total separation at this point. So moving on to resolution ordinance 240426.1-T, which is the amended ordinance code amendment, ordinance chapter 24 housing, article 4, fair chance access to rental housing, sections 24-114 to 24-127.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Even though there's one item, would still,
But he on
vote
job.
on the consent item first. And
That
then-
is correct.
So that would be.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, for the consent agenda, which is two.
I'm gonna keep doing it, you know.
No.
Make sure I got.
Yeah, that's why I said complete. I guess they're completely separated. Okay.
I need to my damn lawyer so I can get my money so I can set these bitches up.
You call me another bitch, and you call me another
Mr.
bitch.
Rich Jones, hold on, excuse me, pardon me, back there, Mr. Rich Jones.
Y'all better check it. Y'all better check
Okay,
it.
but you should just
My man gotta
exit.
go back outside.
I need everyone to relax because the chair is addressing it. Mr. Jones, please take your phone call
And your mom should have
outside.
swallowed
Thank
your
you.
ass.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What is your point, Ms.
He
Burns?
needs to get a warning.
He's walking out of the door
He
now.
should not be calling people, negative. And this is the thing with this meeting, he keeps doing this the entire evening. He has that gusto for men as he has for women.
He get up there and talk about John every meeting, but he
Alrighty,
gonna call me a bitch.
so,
Shit.
please stop yelling out. Thank you. Mr. Jones has exited the room. We will continue with our meeting. We have a total separation. We are moving on to resolution 240426.1-T, which is the amended ordinance
Weak ass
code.
men down
Amended
here.
ordinance chapter 24, the housing, article 4, fair chance access to rental housing, sections 24-114 to 24-127. What is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair.
Councilman in the first ward.
He ain't got enough money to sue. He can't even get his fucking water and lights cut off.
30.2T as the documents that passed it along with the.
No, so you want to amend this to 240426.2-T?
Correct.
Madam Clerk, do we do it to a point two, or we just amend the point one?
The point one would be amended to a point two. However, if I could make a suggestion.
Yes, we can discuss.
To actually, maybe make a motion to move the point one to council to be discussed and then explain your point two, and then make a motion to amend it to point two. There's no discussion on what is actually changed to the point two. Because if we make a motion to amend it, you can't discuss it. There won't be any discussion on the amendment, they just have to vote on it.
Madam Chair, since this was doing
Can you withdraw your motion?
I'd like to make a motion to withdraw one.
You don't have to make the motion, just say I withdraw my motion. Yeah, there you go, you're fine. And then Mr. Pfeiffer made a motion to send it to council. Is there support?
Support.
I'll take fourth ward support. Thank you. Is there any discussion?
So Madam Chair.
Councilman in the first ward.
having an opportunity to kind of go through this more and my colleagues during discussion on it. I worked with the attorney to make some corrections on things that was pointed out that was concerns. And one of those issues the last time this was brought up was in regards to the term of individuals with felons and convictions and so forth, how long they have to wait. It was previously saying like 5 years and 10 years. We have amended that to 3. And we also have made corrections on the section, it's 24, 119, number 2, when it was brought up about the CSCs, those corrections have been made as well. Again, can't overstress how important this ordinance is to many individuals. Over 42% in our community who have a felon on the record. We had the Nation Outside speak to this, and previously, before they came and spoke, before I was on council, I was working on this initiative with Vera Institute and several others several years ago to get to this point of starting to see traction in different states and so forth. So I think now that everyone's need has been addressed and concerns, I think we have a real good ordinance that can be very beneficial to many people in this ward. And I would definitely support this, and I hope my colleagues can support the changes and things that they have went through it and expressed their concerns. Those concerns have been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like discussion in the first round of discussion? All right, is there? Thank you.
I'd like to amend 240-426.1 to 240-426.2 to revise the ordinance per the draft of the new.
Right, there is a motion on the floor to amend to point 2. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the first ward. Roll call by the clerk.
Mr. Allen?
I'm telling you, man, this ain't the week.
Priestley?
It ain't.
Mr. Carter?
It ain't the week.
Ms. Burns?
It ain't the week.
Ms. Shad?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Yes, 0 no.
Vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That has been amended to point 2. Councilman in the 8th ward.
It ain't the motherfucking week for him.
There's a motion to send point 2 amended to council. It's been moved and properly supported. We can do discussion on the point 2 amended, right? Okay, is there a discussion? Is there any discussion in the second round? Seeing as how there's no discussion, roll call by clerk. What is happening? Excuse me. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shad?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Allen? Yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That has been moved to council. Moving on to ordinance 240-430.1, which is the amended ordinance amendment, ordinance chapter 25, community development, article 1, community benefits agreement, section 25-1 through 25-7. What is the pleasure of the body? Councilman in the first ward. Is a motion to move to council, is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported, is there discussion? Councilman in the 8th ward.
So, I'm just not gonna support this. I'm for community benefits, but this doesn't lay out baselines that discuss before, so I'm just not gonna support it. I don't, whether my colleagues want to move forward or not. For me, this just doesn't move us forward at all. It doesn't lay out a baseline.
more discussion in the first round? In case there's no one else, I will take my time. I am, and Mr. Pfeiffer, I'm asking this, truly trying to understand, when you're saying it doesn't lay down a baseline, what do you mean? Like, what are you looking for?
So it doesn't lay out the dollar baseline for community benefits.
So what happens when you do it that way, instead of using the word proportionate, is you put yourself, or you put the negotiating body at a loss to not be able to negotiate an actual proportionate agreement. So if someone comes in and you only have this as the baseline, but something proportionate would be more or less, you are pigeonholing it to that. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
it also lends, because there's no baseline, it also lends the ability for probable of having favoritism to maybe somebody who donated to somebody's campaign, they were going to be potentially at a different threshold than someone that isn't. Just supposed to be.
So the way that this is set up, that kind of doesn't come into play because the citywide advisory council is the negotiating board here. And so residents are the ones who are in charge of negotiating the benefit. There is no campaign to contribute to here in this case, because everybody knows the citywide advisory council has been appointed by one of the 9 members, and then the 2 people that will be picked will also be 2 people from the ward. And so that takes everything out. That's the whole point of it being under the citywide advisory council, and the directly impacted ward needing 2 more people is to completely remove instances like that.
You don't have to
No, but if you read the ordinance, in the ordinance it's set up that it starts with the 9 members, and then once a development is triggered, say it's triggered in the 8th ward, what? So again, the advisory council appoints them, and what happens is they would apply the same way that you would have to apply to a board. So if it triggers in the 8th ward, and you have someone who's in the 8th ward that's not on the advisory council, and they come in and they say, hey, I want to be a part of helping to figure out the benefit for this development, then they would come in and they would apply to be a part of the subcommittee for that board.
Every time we have a project that requires a community benefit agreement, we're going to have to wait for members of the community to apply to be part of the negotiation.
So the wait part, again, if you look, there are deadlines associated with everything. And then there is also laid out, not only the deadlines, but it's also laid out of how they would get the word out to the community for them to come and apply. So waiting is not necessarily correct. I mean, everything has to have the amount of days that you would do anyway. It's the same way. And then the final step for all of this is once they have an agreement in place with the citywide advisory council, it still has to come before the city council for us to say, we do feel this is proportionate.
I hear what you're saying, but people come and go on every board. From baseline, hours and months we do from the next committee, whether the community benefit needs to be a swing set or, adopt a whole.
So again, that's why you think the whole point of this is to give the community that power to decide what they feel is the benefit for them. So it doesn't matter if that is a revolving door, it's still going to be the voice of the community. It pigeonholes the community from deciding what's proportionate for them, but I do hear you. And then what was the other thing? I'm sorry. I thought you said 2 things. Okay. All right. The whole point in this community benefit agreement is to do just that, or take away as much of the politics and everything that goes into council having to decide, or letting the development decide. It puts the power back into the hands of residents to say, okay, you're coming in here with this development. I mean, it helps us avoid somebody just passing out turkeys or just giving out lights, giving out coke. It gives the residents an opportunity to decide, okay, maybe I want this in the park, maybe I want something else. But it gives them a chance. Second round of discussion, would anyone like the floor? Councilman in the first ward.
Definitely think having a community benefit in place is going to be very beneficial as we're trying to grow our city, being innovative when we talk about EV cars and things like that, and companies coming in. I think having something like this is going to be crucial to leverage resources and making sure that residents and so forth can benefit from it. And also having an opportunity to look over this and even make some suggestions with our attorney that was included from when I was over at Flint Housing on Section 8 and Section 3, Section 3 guidelines, and making sure that residents benefit from it. And I see some of that language in here. I think would be probably doing a disservice not to support this. We talk about having a lot of industries coming in, and seeing a lot of people coming in with the medical marijuana. And their version of community benefit is canned goods and book bags and cleaning up a park or something. That's things we do on the regular in our own community. So those things have to definitely change, especially as more companies and people want to invest in our city. So definitely supporting this, I think, would do us a great benefit. Not saying that it may not necessarily be 100% perfect. I mean, people may want it. But we can always make adjustments to it. But having something in place, I think, is going to be very beneficial for us moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the second round of discussion? Councilwoman Ricardo.
And I agree with that. Having something in place would be beneficial because, we've had people coming in with the medical marijuana and all of those different things, and all of their community benefit was to do a cleanup around their area. At least with this, we have the citywide advisory council looking over everything.
What's your request?
Well, yeah, yeah, but I just use that as an example. But when we're giving out tax abatement, I mean, that's a lot. So I would think that your community benefit, the benefit to the community would be much greater than a cleanup around here of where you're gonna build or whatever. And we've had some developers who have already come in and have done developments, but we have not seen a community benefit of that yet. So, I mean, and then too, to have two members, two residents to sit too, I think it's a good idea. But with this, you can always make changes to it. I don't know. Would we want to send this to special affairs so that we can try to get some more buy-in?
Jerry?
Does this apply to non-profits as well?
I don't see it in there. I don't see if it says non-profit or for-profit. But I'm gonna make a motion to send this to special affairs. This resolution, this ordinance to special affairs.
I'll make that motion.
Yes.
Make that motion.
I would like to hear from the attorney. Does this mean non-profit, for-profit? It doesn't say I agree.
Yes, Council, Person, it's on the second page, it's meant for profit developers. Yes,
Well, and that would probably,
yes.
So nonprofits don't have,
There's,
Point of information,
Point.
nonprofits don't have any taxes. They don't pay property taxes, they don't, so there's no need to request any reduction.
Not only that, the nonprofits are the benefit to the community.
Correct.
and that's the reason, that was put in there
basically have
specific,
tax abatement.
to specifically target that.
point of order.
Go ahead, Mr. Piper.
Nonprofits that have subsidized rent, non-subsidized rent, i.e., you come in here all the time, where they have market rents, and they have non-market rents, and we just done a 30-year one for, but they get tax rebate. So they're asking for a 30-year tax rebate.
There is an opportunity for service type thing, where they're paying a percentage of the rent. Because
Which is the same thing as a tax. It's the same thing. It's a
it's
government
not
agency.
considered,
But it's a government.
but it's not.
I'm just saying, so we, the land of nonprofits, and we're literally, going to only tax for profits.
Because nonprofits are doing a service for the community
That's
already.
a debatable thing, especially in this city.
Exactly.
I'll yield, I'm still a no, because if you ask for a tax rebate of any kind, whether it's any kind of subsidy that is, that everyone in the city is paying for, the tax subsidy paid for service, whatever it is, if a certain tax person, or a certain person in the city is having to foot the bill, then it's a tax rebate, and they should apply to this, so.
Can I finish?
Yes.
So, if you look at, the language further, it does speak to, tax abatements, but it also speaks to land transfers that are below market value. So in other words, if a piece of land is valued at $1 million, and the developer comes in and say, can I have that for $500,000? And you're making it below market.
For-profits, not nonprofits that will apply.
Well, I'm just trying to, show that it's more to this than just, tax.
Well, people claim nonprofits all day long. You know, they start a nonprofit and then they put the nonprofit, name on their house, so they don't have to pay property taxes on their house. So, the land of nonprofits, they should not be earmarked where they don't have to provide a community benefit. So, I'm a hard one.
Is there anyone else who would like the floor in the second round of discussion? Seeing as how there's no one else, I'm sorry. Councilwoman in the second ward.
Thank you. I think it is a great idea. So many times we speak to the fact that we're giving money away, and we're not getting anything in exchange. And this is an opportunity for us to go ahead and capture a lot of this money back. And so, to Flint, we need it. And this isn't anything new. This is something that other municipalities, they are doing. I'll give you a primary example, Detroit. They are doing exactly this, and they are reaping the benefits. Moreover, it looks like the board is structured from a number of other working things that the municipality have put together. And so when we look at who's responsible for determining the benefit, we're talking about the residents. This ordinance is putting the power back into the hands of the residents. And so it is a win-win. It is covering every single point, every single important point. When we're talking about Flint not getting the short end of the stick and the residents not having a say. And also, I just want to make sure that we don't keep the main thing the main thing. And the main thing here tonight is we're talking about for-profit institutions. So if we want to look at nonprofits later on, I mean, it is an opportunity to do so, but tonight we're talking about for-profit entity. So before we have another major development, which is great that we have one every week, but before we have another major development come here, we want to make sure that we have something substantive in place so we can not miss out on important community benefit dollars like we have in the past. This is monumental. You know, just like EV, we're talking about the importance of EV. We're talking about being innovative and not antiquated. This is making us move into the current century. This is making sure that Flint is getting money and we're not leaving any on the table. So I would like to encourage my colleagues to definitely support this. And after we support it, if we have to amend it later on, that is fine. But it's good to go ahead and do what we're talking about. You know, it's kind of redundant. And I'm a person that don't like to waste time. So I don't want to waste time talking about this over and over again, stating how the community benefits, how corporations are getting by on the city, and then when it's time to vote it up, then we vote it down, and then we come back to the same starting point. Let's go ahead and make a difference. Let's go ahead and do something good for the people. Let's pass historic ordinance that can definitely change the trajectory of this city. So I hope my colleagues are in line for this, and I support sending this to special affairs or wherever it needs to go to move forward so we can do something better and amazing for the residents of the city of Flint. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like the floor during this next round of discussion? I'll take my time, and then I know Ms. Winfrey will take the motion after. But I just want to point out that this ordinance, the purpose of this ordinance is to make sure that we are placing the power back in the hands of people when we talk about developments that come to this city. My first very big goal was actually capital. And upon getting here and finding out that, and they've been pretty good community partners, but finding out that they didn't have a benefit in place, or finding out that the benefit or the work that they do is something that was kind of negotiated with people, but kind of not that whole Oak Park thing. You know, it didn't necessarily sit well with me of how people felt left out of that. And so what we do with this is we give the people the first opportunity to sit down and say with developers, this is what we want to see. This is what we consider a proportionate thing, so that they're not looking at being pigeonholed into, again, some sort of giveaway or pigeonholed into a park cleanup or something, some stuff that they're probably already doing. We have a lot of residents who get out there and beautify neighborhoods anyway. This is their opportunity to say, hey, you're going to be here, you're going to get this abatement for the next 2 to 3 years. I would like to see this. For the next 2 to 3 years, I would like to see that. And they get to decide what that looks like for them, what that looks like in their ward. Because what the first ward needs and what might benefit them and look good for them and their children or whatever's happening is going to be completely different from the ninth ward and what they might need and what might work for them. And so this gives everyone an opportunity. By everyone, I simply mean the residents. This gives them an opportunity to decide. You're coming here, you're going to be doing business here, directly impacting my ward on a tax abatement, then this is what I would like to see, and this is what you need to do to be a productive member of this community. You don't just get to be a business who comes here, and then you don't even promise us actual jobs. You say, oh, there are laws that say we can't give you jobs, we can't give you employment. Okay, so since they seem to have found a loophole around them right at the door and say, okay, you're going to come here, you won't promise X amount of jobs, then you will promise to do this for our community. And it's going to go beyond a promise because we're going to put you on a contractual agreement that this is what you have to do. And there are also, there's also some, I'm trying to figure out the polite word, but there's consequences to not following the agreement. Your tax abatement is now in trouble. There's a consequence to not holding up your end of the agreement, as opposed to just a gentleman's wager, or you're just saying you're going to do this because you said. Now you have to do what you're beholden to do. This makes them a beholden to this community. And as far as the nonprofits, we villainize nonprofits a little bit too much for me up here. There are a lot of nonprofits that do a lot of great work in our community, and it's a well-known thing that nonprofits are the service to the community. They're here doing the work, oftentimes free for our communities. And at this time, my time is up, so I'll yield. Councilwoman Winfrey Carter.
I would like to to make a motion that we send this ordinance, to special affairs.
There's a motion to send this to special affairs. Is there support? Support. Moved and properly supported by the councilwoman in the second ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Shad?
Yes.
Mr. Piper? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alderman? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. That ordinance has been sent to special affairs. What is the pleasure of the body? There's a motion to adjourn by the councilman in the 8th ward. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Burns is not in. Mr. Shad?
Yes.
Mr. Piper? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alderman? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no. The time is now 8:46 p.m. on Wednesday, February 5th. I call this legislative committee meeting is now adjourned.
So the next one, just appointments.
We will now have 5 minutes until we start the government operations.
Anyone who has a clubhouse speaker slip wants to speak at government office, please, you need to fill out slip now. And if you already have slip in, you don't have to fill out a slip.
Stuff ain't gonna get across the aisle with you. It didn't come to me. Oh, you the, wasn't it?
You still wearing them long ass nails?
Who are you?
The time is now,
I'm gonna let
is
you
the
look
man
at
here?
me for a long time.
You probably know my cousin.
No, she know me.
No, she know my cousin.
Early medical records. Winters. I said, why they got your crazy ass now? How the hell you get up in here for this third world bullshit? LaShawn.
You know Ron. I said Ron. Thanks. They call him. Yeah, my cousin. My brother. My cousin, yeah.
You know, because I'm busy. You know, I stay busy. You know, I'm on my door. She not, yeah, that's the office. That's that. I got two of them. Yeah, she had kids. And she had she had a tumor in her face now. Her eyes and her hearing and her back. Right, Catherine. January 15th,
They won't let me see none of the comments.
The time is now 8:54 p.m. on Wednesday, February 5th. I call this Governmental Operations Committee meeting to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Allen? Roll call, Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis? Present. Ms. Priestley? Present. Ms. Carter?
Present.
Jazz?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jerry? We have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. Are there any requests for agenda changes and or additions? I do want to recognize the fact that we have a, resolution approving someone to a board in front of us, and so we just.
So I'd like to add
I was doing that anyway, Julie. I appreciate you. Order without objection. Oh, God, yes, right. Are there any more requests for agenda changes and or additions? All right, since there are none, we'll move on to public comment. Members of the public who wish to address the city council or its committees must register before the meeting begins. A box will be placed at the entrance to the council chambers for collection of registrations. No additional speakers or slips will be accepted after the meeting begins. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment, with only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker. First speaker, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is Ms. Kwana Mack.
She is not in. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. Jones.
It's your time to speak, Mr. Jones.
It's a shame that y'all be mad at me for telling the truth about y'all lying. And the lie that you told, it didn't make no sense that you told that lie. None at all. And they ain't back anyway, but if that don't make no sense, I will repeat the lie that she told. That the only people that was going to speak at Eric May's funeral was the mayor and the president of the city council. Why? But if I told a lie like that, which I would never do, I would have to attitude that the person calls me out to. So what I understand, and while we out on the trail, you know, a lot of people be asking me what's going on with the NAACP when it comes to standing up for Rayvon and his family. And I was like, well, you know, the vice president is MIA on him, just like he was MIA when Von Davis had his little incident. You know, it's like, you know, really a lot of misappearances or broken opportunities. But y'all gonna find something. I hope y'all keep looking and fishing because I'm playing chess. I'm anticipating all of these evil and dirty moves and tactics. You know, it's you know, I'm gonna put this out there. Is it gangster or is it not gangster for somebody to come over to your house and cut the doorknobs off of your security doors and set them on your porch and not go in your house and take it down? Is that a gangster move? Don't that sound like something that was done to that, you know, and you know, you get a lot of trolls, you know, getting on Facebook that comes out on your page and just ridiculous lies. Ridiculous. But you guys seem to follow somebody that promotes this behavior, kind of flew y'all out to a little benefit. The same guy that blocked Jerry Griffin Carter, that Tony Burns is still called, that Mr. Pfeiffer was called spineless. And once again, I'm not going to repeat what he said about Mr. Johnson's here because it was totally, but Candace, he said some little slick stuff about some great lipstick too. And according to them, you know, he had stuff to say about you. But that's the kind of person that they support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is our Mitchell.
Good evening, Council.
our elementary, the renegade, since was Jack Collar, we the people, is carriers, like that the fighter man is retired, he put that on social media, but Jack said we the people, but the house and land back in the people's hand. Don't let the business people take over like, for instance, I'm just like, Nolan. When they gave Russellville House away, well, in fact, that's my neighborhood. I'm living in the house, it wasn't used to be a body. My landlord was named Charles Rager, and he threw my income tax. I was getting them, and I guess he put too much money on it because the house next door, I own the land too. Then they wanted to send 3 years in prison, but federal prison. He said he can do that, so I said, I went in that federal, and I had to take that house for 3 years, and I want my money, because I went on the road when the house was leaking. I went down the street to the bank with the credit. I signed 3 applications about 3 or 4 times, where they got the lawnmowers and stuff, and people got money, no one was recognized, and now they go put me out where I'm at now. It's 3512 Milton Street. And that's like you were saying, that property, I've been there for 15 years, over 30 years, you're supposed to get to the tax. I think he got all that money back from tax. He did get it all back. And that's why he got so much money back. He had to do 3 years in federal prison. And I want a tear when the business started to take over the property like Nolan doing down on Saginaw Street. Building that, that's the kind of property I'm living in. 3512 Milton Street. And all this stuff, just like Holy Temple over there. Used to live right across the street from it, but that's the shortest street in Flint, Milton Street. We moved over onto the highway. This girl was out there trying to give us property, but she came in and got us stuff, and now you won't get other church stuff like that. But you get it. The stuff on the new on Holbrook Street, built that brand new church. They got laundromat program for the kids to go to school, but second was she worked for Holy Temple. You know how Holy Temple is. You know, no nonsense kind of church. Just like Dr. Griffin talking about cherry picking people, picking on people because they do stuff better than other people, and everybody ain't doing all that money and all that stuff in the shack. You better send me some money in my mailbox. I still got an address like you used to do. I was supposed to do that. That must be anything, America. Pay my right.
Speaker, Madam Clerk.
Speaker is James Moore.
James Moore, second ward. I hope that you guys can hear me clearly. This comment tonight is going to be directed toward the 8th ward, Mr. Pfeiffer. Past comments that I believe that is, the past comment that he had made since I have known him, that I hope that I pray to get it right. But he says quite often, don't spend no money on something that don't make no sense. And I'm going to direct that towards the 8th ward. These here traffic cameras that they have up, and you go by them and they have the red and the blue. And I'm asking the question, is we getting a ticket? Because I passed all the time speaking, I ain't got one yet.
Don't tell them yourself.
So, I was kind of wondering, we spend our money on these put along, and we're not getting no kind of return for them. I could use them down on the bridges and in the parks. And have some of these gas stations, at least we would have got paid from. I don't know why we would spend our money in that nature and don't receive anything from it. So the comment on don't spend any money if it don't make no sense, that makes sense to me.
Thank you. Next public speaker, Madam Clerk.
J.C. Dumas.
I decline.
Wow, still here. What the what?
All right, seeing as that was the end of public speaking, it's now time for council response. Is there any council member who wishes to respond at this time? Keeping in mind that council members may respond once to all public speakers only after all public speakers have spoken, and individual council members' response shall be limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who would like the floor during council response? Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
And I see that Rich Jones left out because when I think he stepped at that podium, the rules coming on. Now, I want to be very clear. The family did state at the time that there would only be 3 speakers. The ones include the pastor. And I talked to him, and I guess this is what was told to me. That it was asked that Councilwoman Carter would speak. She would be added. So I don't know if it's information, I wrote it down, but I want to correct the record, since he has this whole pancake thing, and he's the whole
And clapped.
This community, if you are running for that seat, I think you have to be cautious in that 3rd ward. There are issues that people have turned in. You cannot live in an abandoned house. You cannot live in a condemned house.
Yeah.
You cannot do that.
James, that's your friend.
Those are issues. And 3rd ward residents have turned them in. And when you do that, you have to live where you say you live. And that is a problem. And so he might want to enter with caution.
Facts.
He really, really should. And be careful what he's doing. He really should. Especially when the 3rd person has dropped him off on DuPont Street. I'm done now.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak during council response?
Don't be laughing at your friend, James.
Councilwoman in the
When I
2nd
come to the school
Ward.
in the morning, when I come
Thank you.
from the
Just
gym, I
want to
come
address
up.
my resident in the 2nd Ward. Ms. Moore, I encourage you to come out to the meetings every 3rd Tuesday. You got that right. Yep, at the North Deepening Station. So you can, just get in front of us on our board, a lot of great things. And also, so you also know, we had, Mr. McGaha, he was there talking about roads and the streets and everything. And you would know that traffic cameras, they're illegal in the state of Michigan. So no one can clock your speed and give you a ticket through the mail in this state. So what you see, they are not cameras to track your speed to give you.
Ain't they doing it in Detroit?
So again, we want to encourage you to come on out and just join the 2nd Ward folk so you can know what's going on in the city of Flint. And so you know. All right. And so and the other thing, I want to just encourage all candidates to tread with caution, because we have to be fair and clear across the board. If you want the seat, not only must you, live where you say that you live, not only must you live where you say that you live, but you also must enter these chambers with proper decorum. You just can't yell out. What we witnessed the last meeting was severe disrespect from the candidate that 3 colleagues keep saying her name for. So let's not get on residents talking about residency without talking about the quorum of individuals that step inside this chamber. I would like to acknowledge the 3rd Ward Ambassador, Ms. LaShawn Johnson, who's here tonight. So thank her for coming to the meeting, because it was told that she doesn't care, that she won't show up. So thank you, Ms. Johnson, for coming to the meeting. Again,
See, that's
we
what
take
I'm talking
our
about,
shit
LaShawn.
serious.
Tell you, Mom, that's what I'm talking
So
about.
if we want to call out things, call a whole fair game on everyone. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak during council response? Since I see no one else, I'll take my time. I'll be very succinct. Mr. Rich Jones, I believe you told me someone said something about me. If you were fine with it, when you were fine with them, please do not bring drama to these meetings. It should have been checked in. Don't direct it toward me, direct it toward the person who disrespected me. If it really mattered to you, you would have addressed I will yield the rest of my time. It is now time for,
She handled it,
consent agenda. I will entertain a
That's about the
motion.
best thing she could ever said. I like that one.
Yeah, you weren't saying nothing about it then.
I like that.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 8th ward. Are there any separations? Yes, councilman in the 9th ward.
Are any of these potential appointees or appointees present?
No.
Any of the four?
There is someone present.
Okay, good.
Oh, Dancer.
Mr. Green?
Dancer.
Dancer, I'm sorry. Okay, good, good. Outside of Mr. Dancer, can we look at moving the remainder to special affairs?
So,
I thought they needed people to be here.
there's a motion on the floor to move appointments.
Do you gotta be here or you don't gotta be here?
Yeah, then let's separate them all.
Okay, so there's total separation. Moving on to appointment, and even though I'm about to say this one, you can get the floor again and just make the motion you just made. Moving on to appointment 250037-T, which is the appointment of Joyce Ellis McNeil, 8th Ward Community-Wide Advisory Council. City, what is the pleasure of the body?
Madam Chair,
Councilman in the 9th Ward.
I'd like to make a motion to move 250037, 250039,
So that's it.
and add on number 1 as a block to special affairs.
There has been a motion on the floor to move appointments 250037-T, which is the appointment of Joyce Ellis McGill, 8th Ward Community-Wide Advisory Council seat, 250039-T, which is the appointment of Roger L. Brink, 3rd Ward Flint Planning Commission. Resolution add-on number 1, which is resolution approving the appointment of Shirley Wilson Johnson to the Board of Review for the 9th Ward. Is there support? It's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch you, babe. Yes, you said support.
Councilwoman, it's been moved by the councilman in the 9th Ward, properly supported by the councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mr. Bell.
Yes.
Ms. Priest?
Yes.
Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Piper? Mr. Jerry?
Yes.
Vote to be yes or no?
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. Those resolutions have been moved to special affairs. Moving on to the final resolution of the night, which is 250038-T, which is the appointment of Ed Quan, Chancellor, 1st Ward of Flint Planning Commission. What is the pleasure of the body? The councilman in the 8th Ward made a motion to send to council. Is there support? Moved and properly supported by the councilman in the 1st Ward. Is there discussion? Councilman in the 1st Ward, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Downs, just come to the podium, please. How you doing? So I'm just looking at your resume, and I'm familiar a little bit with your work. Can you just tell about the council a little bit about yourself, what you do in the community, and why you're inspired to be in this position?
Okay, first off, I want to say that I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Flint. Mr. Boone's elevator said that he was 42 years in his ward. Well, I think I got it beat because I am actually born and raised, a 50-year resident of the first ward. And so I've been, a lifelong resident of the city, born and raised, Rondell Homes, Northwestern. Should have been blocked at. But, yeah, so, I do a lot of work in the community. My wife, also, we're both business owners. I run a lawn care. We do different type of investments, real estate, and my wife, she race, to be part of the Chamber of Commerce. We have many family members here in the city of Flint, and so, like I said, I've been here all my life. I've seen a lot of things come and go, and why I want to be a part of the planning commission is because even though I've been here all my life, I haven't been a part of it. I see a lot of people get up and talk about a lot of things and say what should be done, what shouldn't be done, what the city is doing, what the city is not doing, but nobody is, actually taking part and being, part of the change. I want to be a part of that change that I want to see happen.
Definitely commend you for that. Have you had an opportunity to attend any of the meetings prior to wanting to be on this board?
Yes, I've been, since I learned that, it's kind of funny that, it's like, I feel like I'm brand new to the thing. I was like, man, anybody can be on the commission. So I've been attending the planning commission meetings since November, December of last year. And I actually started off attending the Immaculate Flint meetings last summer. And so that's what opened my mind and opened ideas to that, some stuff going on that we don't even know about. And so since this past summer, I attended pretty much every Immaculate Flint meeting. I attended all of the planning commission meetings since I got that bug that I want to be a part of the change.
Awesome. I yield my time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to floor in the first round of discussion? Councilwoman in the sixth ward.
Thank you. Thank you for staying and thank you for showing up. There are quite a few dancers. You attended, that shows your commitment. If you're showing all the I think it was 8 meetings? No, more than that. Because you have one in every ward, and then I think an additional 4 that Emily Dorr, who was no longer with us, did. Are you a really dancer? That would be yes.
Yes, I am. Okay. He is my second cousin.
Okay. Are you really as a child's dancer?
Yes, I am. That's mom.
Oh, okay. There are a lot of dancers, a lot of dancers.
You say what?
It's not easy. I mean, you do see, this is what you see our council and some of the stuff. You do need the people to show up, and to want to be a part of it. And you're actually, before you can be appointed, show up to those Imagine Flint. And I would tell my residents and get into the meetings, imagine, dream big, because your input matters. And your input will matter on this board. It's really important. And I appreciate it. When I walked back there, he's been here a long time. And you were very polite when I did ask. And I appreciate you staying the course. And I am going to support you being appointed to this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to floor in the first round of discussion?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the fourth ward.
Welcome. I used to walk by your house every day going to school. I had to look to see exactly where on Sally Court. I grew up on Marshall. So went to Brownell, Holmes, Northwestern. So I'm glad that you decided to come here because we do like to see the faces of the people who are appointing, and that you actually were interested enough in the future of the city to attend the Imagine Flint meetings. That was very good. I mean, you learned a lot. It was difficult. Some of the questions that were asked were very difficult. So I want to thank you very much, and I will support you here. Especially, just gotta have more Wildcats on.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to floor in the first round of discussion? Since there's no one else, I will take my time. Sir, I don't know you.
But I will tell you this, don't come up here and talk about Northwestern. Okay? Don't do that. No, no, no. Moving on to the second round of discussion. Is there anyone who would like the floor?
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman in the second ward.
Hold the shit up.
So you ready to represent the first ward?
I'm ready.
You ready to represent the first ward with dignity and class?
Ah, here we go.
You ready to put the needs of the residents first?
Sure am.
All right, well, that's exactly what we need to hear. Oh, and all right, you're not gonna get violent with residents, are you?
Oh,
Not at all.
All right,
That's not even
shit
in my
right here, man.
very good. So, as a proud and esteemed business owner, and also a proud resident of the North Side, for one, thank you for still choosing Flint. Because you could have took your skills, talents, and abilities anywhere, but you chose to stay rooted and grounded right here. But not just in Flint, you chose to stay on the North Side to help build. So we appreciate that, and that really matters to us. And your business that you have a few of them, right? Absolutely. So the fact that you live here and you play here, work here, that speaks volumes. So I definitely support your appointment. And I'm looking forward to you and more people like you coming on board. So if you know any other great people throughout the entire city, shoot us some recommendations, because we have boards that we can't even fill, because we don't have people with the heart and the passion.
This is
like you.
poppycock right here.
So you keep up the good work, you keep shining, you
God
keep serving,
damn.
and however we can assist you as we continue to do great things on the North Side, we're here to do that, okay? So again, thank you for choosing to serve, and good luck.
Madam,
Oh, my.
Councilwoman in the fifth ward.
Let's
thank you,
push this
Madam
man
Chair.
through.
Mr. Dazzler, thank you for staying. Thank you for being engaged in the process. And I'm gonna support your appointment. Madam Chair, through you to Clerk Davina. Clerk, I have a question. Now, is this Mayor Neely's appointment, or is this the appointment of, the councilman in the first ward, Mr. Alameda?
This is,
So the planning commission appointments generally are done by the mayor upon recommendation from the council. So the council recommends.
Okay. All right.
all you need to know.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
This
Thank you,
is,
anyone else would like the floor in the second round of discussion?
that was the second round.
Councilman in the first ward, you have the floor.
I just want to confirm, this is definitely, my recommendation. Having the opportunity to see Mr. Manager do some things in the community and partake in some things that he and his wife have done is very beneficial to the community. Thank you.
What's your request?
To the speaker, you recommended to the mayor, because the planning commission, the mayor appoints everyone. Did you collaborate with the mayor, with him?
No, I didn't. It was brought to my attention, the previous person that I had in the position was on able to serve.
Man, this is crazy.
And I need to try to identify someone
Man.
else. So I made a recommendation, knowing the work that Mr. Johnson did.
Request for information.
What's your request?
So the planning commission, we don't, that's the mayor's. I mean, and I believe that I'm pretty sure it is, because I've got, yeah, well, just saying, you have a better relationship with the mayor than we do, but the planning commission is who I believe the mayor, that board appoints, and that's his board. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, usually the director or, because Ms. Wilcox did the same, whenever these appointments would come up, and Ms. Dorr, they would reach out and ask for your recommendation, which would then be drafted, the mayor at the time, whoever, but usually based on the recommendation.
Poppycock. They saving me out.
And you can correct me if Madam Chair, you to Clerk Donahue. I'm trying to think back. I think my person was already pretty much on the planning commission when I got elected, right? Can we have a list of those on the planning commission?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, still Mr. Allen. Are you done? Okay, is there anyone else who would like to go into the second round of discussion? All right, so, I guess we will not belabor the evening. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Piper? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Rollins? Yes. Yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. That resolution moves council.
Thank you.
There's a motion to adjourn by the councilwoman in the fourth ward, supported by the councilman in the eighth ward. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
They put it up because they wasn't here.
Ms. Priestley?
They tabled it, I guess.
Burns?
Yes.
Burns?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Piper? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Rollins?
Yeah.
We out, family.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no. The time is now 9:27 p.m. I call this Governmental Committee meeting. It is adjourned.
See y'all in the morning, family. We're going to talk about all the craziness that just went down. We doing Housegate tomorrow.
We know we're funky.